Amen. He appears.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Greetings and welcome to Winning 2024. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope you're all doing and living well. And for those in the path of the hurricane, I hope you're staying safe and dry and your power is plentiful. Thank you guys for joining us this evening. We've got a great show in store for you. Heavy emphasis on border tonight and other interesting things that you guys are going to be amazed with. All right. Thank you to all of the Winner Circle members. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. We have many different tiers you can choose from, and they've chosen their preferred ones, and they are supporting the channel. Thanks to each and every one of you. And thank you to Shelly and Wolfram for supporting the channel over on Rumble. Rumble is doing good. Of course, I am broadcasting live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, and you can choose to watch the show at any one of those locations. I hope you will choose to follow and subscribe to all those channels. That really helps this small little channel grow and get better reach. Liking also does that. So wherever you're at, that helps, and sharing does too. In fact, if you share this live stream out to 3 people right now, maybe we'll get some people in here that have never actually had a chance to see the show. If you know based like-minded people that would enjoy this type of content, tell them to come on in. Let's meet them. Love to meet them. All right. We actually are up to let's see, 493 on Rumble. Climbing, man. We're so close to 500. I really hope we can get there. Let's just do that. Let's get there. Let's try to get to 500 before the end of the month. We're creeping up on the end of the month here. Let's just make that our goal. 500 before the end of the month. Let's do it. Over on X, we're booming over there these days at 638. We're adding new friends all the time. We're on the Trump train, and that's going well over there. So there's your channel updates. Let me say hello to the crowd. How's it going out there, everybody? Wolfram, thank you so much for dropping these links, my friend. Remember to always listen to the Wolf. He knows what he's talking about. He wipes his paws, lips in the house, and he is here, y'all. He is here. And there is Shelly saying hello to everybody. She's always out there greeting everybody as they come in. It's like giving big hugs out as everybody walks in the door here. Yeah, there's T-Rex Trucking and more. Get out of my swap, Shrek. All right. Howdy, y'all. It's always important to make a great entrance. Memento Mori, how you doing? I hope you're feeling better. Hope that everything's clearing up for you, my friend. And there is Outpost Nerd. Now, Outpost Nerd, this is a big weekend for him because there's a hurricane coming towards him. And so we're expecting him to be out there in the hurricane, giving us live reports, creating new content for his channel, talking about hurricanes and hurricane stuff and all that. So get us some live footage. And if you happen to catch your mom dialing herself, put that out there too, because we want to see that. All right. Let's see. We got some more people rolling in here on all the platforms. Thank you guys so much for being here. Great show tonight. We're going to start out tonight with the Trump Tower press conference. Again, heavy emphasis on the border because he's making a lot of remarks about that. Clear, putting the truth out there before Kamala the liar goes down there and talks a bunch of bullshit. We'll be covering all the DNC lies of the week later on in this show. But right immediately following the press conference, we're going to have an extremely important, I'm going to do that next, extremely important report from Muckraker. Remember Muckraker, the guys who they covered the border situation in great fashion. They get out there and they do it right. They're the ones who put out that great documentary, the U.S. Southern Border Invasion, where they actually took the walk with the illegal entry invasion force that's coming through and showed us each step of the way what's going on and how it's a whole little system going on down there. And Trump will actually elaborate on that more. And we're going to have additional follow-ups from these two topics as well. Oh wow. I love it when I get everything nice and organized. And then I switch over to the thing and it's like everything just out of whack, but don't worry about it. Cause I have a good little while to get it reorganized, but yeah. We're also going to look at, an interesting occurrence in Springfield, Ohio, just a little touch on that. And we got a lot of other things. And of course, as promised, we're going to follow up with the Crowder report on Jay Varma getting his karma in New York City. And we're also going to follow, I'm also going to talk about at the end of the show, something I've been talking about all week long. I wanted to show you guys this report on Generation Alpha brain rot. It's the new mind control. It's the new additional abuse, cycle of abuse, subversion that these kids are facing these days. And it's coming from them. It's coming from likely sources, but it's also something that parents need to be aware of. So if you have young kids and you're starting to see some of this behavior, I want to get you all the information I can about that, as well as just some other stuff that has to do with kids and education. So just a little bit of that at the end. But these are the big points we're going to be talking about tonight. Grimm's Bar, how you doing? Did you all notice Kamala did Duper's Delight at the end of her interview? What's that? What's a Duper's Delight? 4 a.m. comes early here. Have a good show. Okay, Graham, thank you for being here, my friend. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you coming in and saying hello as always, man. Hey, Ellie, what's up? I see you there. I see you. How you doing? How you doing? Let's see. Finally worked. Okay. Oh yeah. We got to do this. I still got to get a new one of these, but we're gonna do it again because this is the one we have. Okay.
It's cold up there in Vietnam. It has to do. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's cold. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. Gonna find it without anything.
Shelly, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, and welcome all 5 of you to the winner circle. Thanks, Shelly, for those great gifted memberships. Let me see who got them tonight. Did it show me? Okay, yeah. All right, HT. I haven't seen HT in a while. Hope HT is doing well. Evelyn Cox. All right, awesome. Evelyn's here a lot. Farrell was in here the other day. Just Dawn. She stopped in recently. And Emu Warrior. All of you, welcome to the winner circle with your gifted memberships. Remember, you can if you like the channel and you enjoy it and you want to support it, man, I would love to have you as a permanent member. But thanks, Shelly, for those great gifted memberships. All right, off we go. Let's see. I saw someone else pop in here. Hey, there's Suzanne. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right. Now, let's see. Where are we at? Okay. Let me get this. I might do it like this. Yeah, that way I can organize my playlist on the flip side here. Yeah, let me just pull this down here real quick and let me just change the banner. And here we go. Expecting maybe some new folks in tonight. So be great if they would pop in. Let's see. This up here. All right, I'll let you just love it how I'm like just telling you exactly what I'm doing behind the scenes here. I'm just describing it as I go. Did I do that wrong? Interesting. Okay. All right, that should work. That should work. I'll switch it around here. All right. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Big day, lots going on. Top of the news. The Trump hearing was today, and looks like they're. I mean, I was looking for a statement on it, but he ended up doing this Trump Tower press conference instead, and he really didn't talk about it at all. So I'm guessing it's still in the works, still going on. But it seems like they're going to try to keep finding him. I don't know. It's all, man. That stuff is all so weak. You know, it's so unfair, and the fact that they're acting like it's perfectly normal and fine to do this just shows you how corrupt the system is. I mean, it's just like in your face, nonstop in your face. And it's amazing how the other side just doesn't catch on to it. It just proves that mind control is real. Information-based mind control is real. You can box people in the narratives and they'll never see the light of day. And that's how it goes. Got to feel sorry for them. I just hope that they could break out of it one day. I'm sure if they do, a lot of people will be getting apologies. All right. See, man, if you're trying to cover the political lies regarding, regardless of the side, you would be here for a year straight. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm doing two shows a week right now, just on these topics. I mean, I feel like I could probably do more. I was talking today about maybe trying to do like a Wednesday and Friday morning show, like more like late morning show. That's a little bit more concise. Like it's like just maybe 2 hours max, like something I could do right before work. And so I might be supplementing this even further as time rolls on. Because for a lot of these night shows, we're covering like, you know, the press conference of the day or the rally of the day. I love the town halls. They're awesome. Just anything you can put out that that you may have missed during the day you want to watch together. Of course, we watch everything here on Winning Speed, which is 125. So you get it in a more, you know, a little bit faster than when you're watching it live. And of course, if it's live, it's live. Let's see. They literally passed a law so they could go after him, right? Wolfram? I know, man. And he's going to bring that up tonight in the press conference, just barely. You know, I think that there's some of that, but we'll see. We'll listen to it. I watched some of this, but man, I really want you guys to, even if you saw it, to, you know, and you need to do something else or whatever, come back. And for the Muckraker report on child trafficking, the Biden-Harris child trafficking situation. They started it. They did it. It's them. They're doing it. It's their policies. They own it. We don't talk enough about it. It needs to be talked more about it. We need to stop talking about little things, start talking about big things more and more and more, especially as we get closer to the election and people start to go vote, because this is one of those things that really could reach out to people and be like, dang, I don't want this to keep going on. You know, what happens to kids can override a lot of politics when it comes to people, and they realize they can make a difference and stop some of this atrocious behavior and treatment of children. They might just that might be the one thing that turns them around. Hey, Cool Gamer, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Someone was pointing out how you know when Kamala has something she has committed to memory, because she will repeat it word for word over and over again. Yeah. And, you know, I watch Good Logic in the evenings. He goes like a lot later now, so I get to catch more of his show. I was in his chat last night. A lot of awesome people in there. And he's got her tells down. Like, she does this like swallow and head thing. He's got all her tells down. When she's about to tell a lie, he goes, see, she does it every time. Like, nods her heads and swallows or something like that. I don't know. He's got the body language down on Kamala. He knows what she's about to do. That's the lawyer. That's the lawyer there, and good old Joe Neerman. Let me pull this up here. Get this ready to roll. We're gonna be jumping into here any second. There we go. Full remarks. Put that right there at the bottom of the screen, so you know that it's coming up next. All right. Again, Nerd, we're waiting for your report on the hurricane. This is your wheelhouse, buddy. This is your wheelhouse. James O'Keefe and Tucker Carlson Network are releasing the movie theater similar to the Muckraker report. Yeah, no, absolutely. In fact, these are all coming out at the right time. The O'Keefe movie looks phenomenal. It looks absolutely phenomenal. Like, he's literally down there. Like, we've been watching the Real Drug Lords Meet the Drug Lords inside. We just watched the 2-part documentary inside the Real Narcos. Like, when he actually went down there, it's with the Real Narcos, and he follows the whole chain for drug trafficking. That's what O'Keefe's doing with child trafficking, and it's from the previews, man. It looks amazing, and we showed the previews the other night. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. T-Rex, Trucking, and more. And more is bringing stuff to our attention. All right. Thomas says she has the wild gesticulations of someone who is trying to fill that void, that she knows she is coming up lacking something. I had not realized that was what it was exactly. Yep. Okay, so storm update from Nerd. So storm update, my town dodged a bullet. There's a high pressure system just west of my town that pushed the worst part back east, so we all should get a ton of rain. Oh, well, come on, we wanted you to really get hit by it. Sorry, man. We need to do this. You have a new hurricane story, man. It'd be awesome. But it is your wheelhouse. The Big Bend of Florida is getting hit hard, though. Okay, maybe you could drive there. I'm just kidding. All right. Whenever there's a hurricane, we got to give you a hard time. Let's see. Something here does the over gesturing when she is telling a story that she swears is true. Yeah, the believe me stuff. She never says anything. I just don't understand why other people don't see it. They have to get tired of it after a while. Okay, maybe she'll say something this time. Nope. It's about a 5 or 6 hour drive. Well, you got time. No excuses. Go. There's plenty of people out there braving the hurricane for magic moments. We'll cover some of that on Saturday night, God willing. Of course, whenever this thing decides to lay down on my area, the power goes out, and nothing I can really do about it. But I'll try to be here throughout, no matter what. Okay, let's see. Everybody in. The press conference is about to begin. Let's see. The same guys are talking about the two of us living here behind our back with that whole. Well, I am just worried they might be using you. Tipped his hand one day, and he is just pushing to get rid of us. So, okay, I'm not sure what that is about. Oh yeah, by the way, 2 things you can count on when there's a big hurricane. The climate change hoaxers will come out, and so will the conspiracy grifters blaming it on the weather weapons. So it's like clockwork. I'm surprised I haven't seen more of it yet. Maybe it's because it's an election season, but yeah, or maybe they just worn it out. I hope they have. I'm so sick of hearing about climate change causing hurricanes and weather weapons causing hurricanes. Hurricanes happen, especially this time of year. They have my entire life. So I don't know. It's like, yeah, but they make them worse. Sure they do. Okay. You just get those two sides together. They can just sit there and argue, and then the grown-ups can go in the other room and have a real conversation, right? All right. Everybody in. Let's get this press conference underway so that we can get on with the rest of the news. And by the way, you're just tuning in. We're going to watch the press conference. The Muckraker Biden-Harris child trafficking report is behind that. And then we'll get into the rest of the news with plenty of stuff that goes along with these topics tonight and more. Strap yourselves in because we're about to go here. Mr. President, take it away.
Well, thank you very much for being here. Hope you can hear me. Thank you very much, everybody. For nearly 4 years, we have been living through the worst border crisis in the history of the world. There's never been anything like it, which has brought untold suffering, misery, and death upon our land. The architect of this destruction is Kamala Harris. When you look at the 4 years that have taken place after being named border czar, Kamala Harris will be visiting the southern border that she has completely destroyed, from what I understand, tomorrow. Why would she go to the border now, playing right into the hand of her opponent? I mean, you take a look at this. Why would you do that? There can be no justification for what she's done. There's nobody saying, oh, gee, she's done a fabulous job. She's done the worst job probably in the history of any border, not just our border. She keeps talking about how she supposedly wants to fix the border. We would merely ask, why didn't she do it 4 years ago? It's a very simple question. I can say this with everything she has. She talks about borders and taxes and all these different things. Her policies on tax, by the way, are terrible, but I can say it for everything. Why didn't she fix it almost 4 years ago? She's got no plans, got no talent, got no ability to do it. I'm here today to present you with the facts and only the facts about how Comrade Kamala Harris willfully threw open our border, helping to virtually destroy our country.
Exactly.
Our country's never been under siege like this. 4 years ago, Kamala inherited the most secure border in U.S. history with the lowest illegal immigration on record. You know the chart. I love that chart. I love that chart. I probably wouldn't be here right now except for that chart. Those who violated our borders were captured, detained, and quickly sent back home under the Trump administration. But on her first day in office, Kamala Harris terminated every single Trump policy that sealed and secured the border. She ordered
Exactly
an
what-
immediate stop to the completion of the border wall. It was almost complete. We built hundreds and hundreds of miles of wall, and it worked. I always said walls and wheels. Everything else is obsolete, but walls and wheels, and this wall worked. And we were ready to build and throw up another 200. Could have been done within weeks. Everything was complete. The wall was all built, ready to go, laying there, ready to be fixed. All they had to do is throw it up, and you would have had an extra 200 miles of wall, far more than I promised in the election. She suspended all deportations. She instituted catch and release across the entire southern border. And we had catch and release also, but we released in Mexico. Her catch and release was to release in the United States and never see them again. She sent Congress a bill demanding amnesty for all illegal aliens, every single illegal alien, even if they're criminals, even if they're murderers, even if they're drug dealers, human traffickers. She wanted amnesty for everybody. Radical left. This is a radical left person. She terminated Remain in Mexico, something that took me and a lot of talent, a lot of other people, but it took a lot of talent to get from the president of Mexico, a good man. But we got it. You had to remain in Mexico. You couldn't come in under any circumstance. You weren't allowed into the United States until we checked it out. And many people did not come in and were not allowed to come in because they didn't check out. They were drug dealers. They were gang members. They were in jail for murder in a couple of cases. We wouldn't let them in. And she canceled every Safe Third agreement. Anybody here, I think, would know what that is, but that was a horrible thing that she did. And she canceled Remain in Mexico. Here we have something, Remain in Mexico. You didn't have to explain it. She canceled. She ordered ICE to halt the removal of virtually all criminal aliens, including MS-13 gang members, the worst gang anywhere in the world, they say. Evil,
Smash the like
evil
button
gang.
for me.
She ended all of our programs that we instituted
Really
to
helps,
stop
especially small
child
channels
and
like
woman
this.
trafficking. The trafficking is at a level now that it's never been before. I had it down to the lowest level it's been in 32 years because we had such a strong border. They couldn't get through. But now it's the worst it's been in 32 years plus. And then she lost, and this is probably the worst statistic of them all, 325,000 children. Think of that. 3.5 years. She lost 325,000 children. And they're either dead, being sold into sex slavery, or just plain missing.
Yep.
Think of the number, 325,000.
Right. And just to stop the president for 1 second to say this is exactly what we're going to be talking about immediately following the press conference. I got a full report on it. They're going to be floored by exactly what he's talking about here when you see it with your own eyes.
If that were a Republican instead of her, and she was the border czar, she says, well, I wasn't the border czar, she was. And tomorrow she'll make a case that, oh, she did a fairly good job. You can't say much. You can't justify it. She should save her airfare. She should go back to the White House and tell the president to close the border. He can do it with the signing of just a signature on a piece of paper to the Border Patrol. Instead, she's going there to try and convince people that she wasn't as bad as everybody knows she was. She was the worst in history. Grossly incompetent, weak, and ineffective. And all you have to do is ask Brandon Judd, Border Patrol. You could ask any of them. Tom Homan. We had the best people that we've ever had, and they said Trump was the best president on the border ever. She ripped up every single reform that we put in place to stop asylum fraud. She ended a travel ban that was unbelievably successful. We had the strongest travel ban anywhere in the world, and it was upheld by the United States Supreme Court. She canceled Title 42. That was a medical title. She canceled it, very hard to get. And altogether, she took 93 executive orders that I put on, all which made the border the best border we've ever had in recorded history. And she terminated them along with Joe Biden, the worst administration in the history of our country. And on the border, it's not even close. Because of these acts, in less than 4 years, 21 million illegal aliens at least. That's the real number. You don't hear that. You hear 15, 16. Sometimes you hear 17. The number is at least 21 million. And on top of that, you have gotaways. That's gotaways. That's people that came over or got away. And they've stormed across our border like nobody in history on any border anywhere in the world. There's never been any border in history where you had millions of people storming us like that. No third world country would allow it. but she allowed it because she's incompetent. She allowed it because she never went there. She says she went once, but it was not the right location. It was a location that was very mild and no danger. She never went there. She's going there tomorrow after almost 4 years. She's going there tomorrow to try and show you what a great job she did. But
we're
even
gonna see
now,
him
the
tonight,
numbers are
Wolfram.
terrible. And remember, they're flying people over, and they haven't stopped that. They're flying hundreds of thousands of people over the border right now. They never stopped that. They didn't think they'd be caught, but they were 2 weeks ago. From prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylum, all these insane asylums where you have the sickest people, mentally ill people, and terrorists at record levels. We've never had terrorists come into our country like this. They come, and they keep coming and coming, and nobody has ever seen anything like it. People that go to the border, they look professionals, and they said, there's never been anything like this in the history of the world, and they are destroying the fabric of our country. She did nothing to stop any of it. In fact, she encouraged them to keep coming, and you know that. For years she did. Only recently did she say, oh, well, we're going to try and put a stop to it. And I ask again, this should be the why didn't she do it speech. Why didn't she do it? All of these things, including unrelated elements to what we're talking about now, like taxes, like military, like so many other things. Why didn't she do it? She's got plans for the future. Why didn't she do it? She's been there almost 4 years. Kamala created a brand new program to fly in migrants from Venezuela, Haiti, and Nicaragua and resettle them in American communities, including small towns all across our nation, but in particular in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. Nobody can believe it. These towns have been destroyed, and the mayors of the towns and the governors of the states can't talk about it because they're embarrassed that they allowed it to happen. In addition, through her phone app, something totally new now, it's a phone app for migrants, where migrants call in, highly sophisticated migrants. She's allowed virtually unlimited numbers of illegals to press a button, schedule their illegal immigration appointment at our ports of entry, and show up to be released into the interior of our country. Can anybody believe this? And they're invading our towns. It's an invasion of our country like no country has ever had to suffer before. And this was purposeful. They did this on purpose. This was not a mistake on their part. They did this on purpose because their policies are so wrong and so evil and so unfair. And there's only 3 reasons they want to do that. Number one, they're incompetent. And I'm not sure that that's the reason. Number 2, they want it for the votes. And number 3, you know what that one is. We don't have to talk about that one. But there can only be a very few reasons, because they're destroying our country at a level that's never been seen before. Importantly, as part of this con job, it's a con job. None of the illegal aliens she is smuggling in through the ports or on the airplanes. Think of it. Big jet planes loaded up with migrants flying into the middle of our country and going to Iowa and lots of other states. They've all become border states. We only have border states now. But they're counted in the Border Patrol statistics. And when you do that, you can add a lot of numbers because they're not taking those counts. They want to have those counts not included in the numbers. In Aurora, Colorado, Springfield, Ohio, where it's been a mass invasion. These were 2 beautiful, successful towns, idyllic. And they're in trouble, big trouble. And very unfair. The people want to leave. They want to get out. But everyone's afraid to say, I want to get out, because they want to be politically correct. And other towns just like them, hundreds of them all over America. Americans have watched their communities destroyed by this sudden, suffocating inundation of illegal aliens. It's an inundation. It's an invasion. This influx has overwhelmed our schools. They're taking the seats of students that can no longer go there, and they don't even speak English. They're trying to fire a lot of people and hire interpreters. Can you believe that? They want to get rid of some people. They want to hire. Springfield is looking, the mayor said it the other day, looking for interpreters because nobody in all of the 32,000 people that took into the town, think of this, you have a town of 50,000 people, and almost instantly you have 32,000 people, in this case from Haiti. Most of them don't speak English, so they're looking for interpreters. You have to get them out. We have to save our country. You have to save these towns. They flooded the job market with low-wage migrants, but many cases, migrants that also have horrible criminal records, murder, drug dealing, so many different things, a lot of human traffickers, and it's mostly human traffickers in women. Last month, American-born workers lost 1.3 million jobs. This is last month. You know, when they lowered the interest rates, they weren't doing it necessarily just for political. Our economy is terrible, especially when you add inflation into it. Inflation has destroyed our middle class. It's destroyed our senior citizens. And all of these people coming in are horrible for the black population and the Hispanic population. They're taking the jobs of the black population at levels that they've never seen before. Hispanic also, they're suffering, and the families are suffering. They go out, they think they have a job, and they've lost a job to an illegal migrant. So we've lost 1.3 million jobs last month. Think of that. And now we've gained, out of that number, 635,000 jobs. But every single one of them was an illegal migrant. They've also, as you know, and you've heard me talk about it, just happened very recently, we found out, 818,000 jobs were fraud. They fraudulently claimed that the economy picked up 818,000 more jobs than they stated. And a whistleblower or leaker let it be known that that was false, that the 818,000 jobs was a false fraud. It was a fraud. It should be investigated, by the way. But Biden knew about it, and Kamala knew about it, and they were going to release the real figures right after the election. But by putting 818,000 phony, fake, disgusting jobs that don't exist, by putting them on the rolls, it made them look much better a short while ago. But they didn't quite make it to past election day. So to that whistleblower or leaker, I want to, on behalf of the American public, thank you very much. These people are a fraud. Just like nobody talks about it, but Kamala never had a job at McDonald's. Her resume talks about McDonald's. When I worked at the French fry counter, it was so tough, so hot. She didn't work there. She never worked at McDonald's. It was a lie. Most heartbreaking of all is Kamala's migrant invasion has brought massive crime into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen levels like this. And during the debate, I mentioned that, and David Muir, a real lightweight, whose ratings have gone way down, by the way, because he lost credibility. I had 1 against 3, but I think we did great. But David Muir of ABC, fake news, when I said that crime is way up in our country, he corrected me. He corrected me on so much, and it was right what I said. He didn't correct her one time, and what she said was wrong. Absolutely wrong. So many different, Charlottesville, she was wrong. All of the different things, almost everything she said, and she was never corrected. But he corrected me in crime. He said, no, crime has not gone up. I said, crime has gone up massively. He said, I'd like to state for the record that crime has not gone up. Now, you don't know this, but we had a deal with ABC that there will be no corrections of any kind, and they violated the deal. Why? Because they're bad people and they're fake news. So he did it many times to me during the debate. He violated the deal. That's the deal. Because you can take anything and try and make up stories with it. We had a deal where that wouldn't happen. You could do whatever you wanted as soon as the debate was over, but he did it in total violation of what our agreement was. And a lot of people standing right over there will tell you exactly what it was. We'll show you what it was. David Muir has lost all credibility. And the other person, I never heard of her. I never want to hear of her. She was terrible. I don't know how she ever got her job in the first place. But we have a country to save, and we can't have fake news like that.
Right?
And his ratings deserve to go down. Here in New York City, an estimated 75% of arrests in Midtown Manhattan and over 60% of arrests in Queens are now illegal aliens. They've given you the fake stories that the illegals coming into the country are much better than our people. They don't commit crimes. These are some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. And they don't just come from South America. They come from all over the world. The Congo in Africa, a lot of them coming from the Congo. The Middle East, Asia. They do come from South America, but not all. They're coming from all over the world, and they're emptying out their jails. and they're emptying out their mental institutions. The money they're saving is beyond belief, and what they're doing to our country. And if I were the president of one of those countries, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd say, let's empty out our jails into the United States. We're a dumping ground for the rest of the world, and it's going to stop starting on January 20th. But the most important day in the history of our country is going to be November 5th, Election Day. 3 months ago in Queens, an illegal alien released into our country by Border Czar Harris approached two 13-year-old children with a machete in broad daylight, forced them into the woods, tied them together by the wrists, and raped the young girl, hurt the girls very, very badly. They caught him because he put it on tape. He put it on film. They caught him. He thought it would be nice to have it on tape to show his friends. In June, 2 NYPD officers were shot at point-blank range by an illegal migrant from Venezuela. By the way, the crime rate in Venezuela is down to the lowest level it's ever been that they know of, because they've taken their street gangs, they've taken their criminals off the streets, they've taken their drug dealers, and they've emptied their jails almost. They'll be emptied very soon, within the next 2 months. I guess they can't get enough buses. But they're bringing people at record levels to our country. These are criminals, and their crime rate is the lowest it's been ever that anybody can remember. Caracas has become a safe and wonderful city, unlike our cities that are getting worse and worse with this horrible invasion that Kamala, in particular, because I'm no fan of Biden. He's been a terrible president, doesn't know what he's doing, and he proved that during the debate. But you know what? He assigned her the job, and whether you call her a border czar or just say that she was put in charge of the border, doesn't make any difference. Same thing. She's done a horrible job. And she'll be out there tomorrow standing probably in front of the wall that I built, trying to say what a wonderful job she did. And the fake news will believe her because that's what they want to do. But she didn't. And I hope everybody out there understands that. The Border Patrol custody was incredible. And I have to say that Border Patrol has done an amazing job under the circumstances. And you heard Tom Homan many times say there was never anywhere near anybody as good as President Trump when it came to all of the things that we're talking about, the border, crime on the border. And he said there wasn't anybody even close as president. In Albany last May, an illegal alien who was caught and released by Kamala Harris stalked and raped a 15-year-old girl, driving up behind her, abducting her by force with a metal pipe and raping her again and again, over and over, and hurting her very badly. In Indiana this June, a woman was kidnapped by two illegal aliens, brought to a house, held down and raped, and then forced into the back of a car while illegals drove around talking about how to kill her. Let's find out how to kill her.
It's hard to hear, but we have to face these
vehicle,
facts. This is reality.
Was badly hurt,
we have to stop
escaped, and she said, they didn't mean to rape me, they meant to kill me. That was her statement. Earlier this year, an illegal migrant from Haiti granted entry by Kamala and her horrible policies, and in particular, her phone app, which nobody can even believe exists. And the people that deal with the phone app are the cartel heads, if you can believe this. They're actually put there, I believe, for the heads of the cartels. And they call it, and they tell you exactly where to illegally bring the people that they've, in many cases, abducted. The phone app, I hope the press looks into that. Brutally stabbed this woman to death. Two people in suburban Middletown, New York, are looking at this with a life that will always be shattered. It'll be shattered and can never be the same. The brutality was unbelievable. And despite all of this, Kamala Harris intends to stand before the American people tomorrow and lie. She's going to lie just like she did about her job at McDonald's, just like she did about the 818,000 jobs that they created that were fake jobs.
She's a big liar.
It's a fraud. And there's nothing nice about what I'm saying. Our country's in trouble. And we need people that know how to take care of our country and take care of our border. Without borders and without fair elections, we have no country. She wants to pretend that she had a secure border. But all you have to do is look at the numbers. The worst border anywhere, probably anywhere in the world. There's never been a border like this. A third world country would have used sticks and stones to get people out. They wouldn't let millions and millions of people invade. But if that were true, and if she were going to announce tomorrow that she's going to do something about it, why hasn't she done it And why didn't she do it almost 4 years ago?
They did the opposite.
All of these things she could have done 4 years ago. You will hear Kamala claim that the reason the border is not secure is that Congress has refused to pass her atrocious border bill. It's the worst bill you've ever seen. It would allow people to come in here at levels that would be incredible and would allow them to get citizenship.
And not only that, but she talks about we would have had 1,500 more ICE agents. That would have made a big difference in stopping fentanyl, right? She said that those 1,500 agents were there just to facilitate more people getting in. And then we'd have a mandatory entry per day that would equate to astronomical amounts a year. And that, so they, again, it's the omission, lying by omission, lying by falsification, every type of lying she can do. Kamala is the McLiar with a side of fries. Yep. I mean, that whole thing is a racket. So every time you see her out there, every time someone posts a clip, every time you see it, counter that narrative. You may not think it's doing any good, but someone might read the comments, but counter that narrative. And now's the time to get active in comments and wherever you can to counter the false narrative. Now's your chance to fight. Let's do it.
But it was not a border bill. It was an amnesty bill. And they duped a couple of people that shouldn't have been duped. It would give her the power to put all newly entering illegal aliens on a fast track to citizenship. It would enshrine and expand catch and release, and it would give a permanent feature of federal laws that are absolutely unacceptable. She keeps talking about this law that they tried to put through Congress, but fortunately, Congress was too smart for it. It would have been a disaster. It would have established a minimum number of illegal aliens who must be important because 2 million people per year at a minimum would have been under this ridiculous bill, would have been allowed into our country. 2 million people.
2 million a year.
Now, of course, that's peanuts compared to what's coming in now and what's coming in when the damage was really done. Look, the damage was done. They're trying to make it look better now. But the damage was done over the first 3 years. They're trying to do anything to make it look better because it doesn't poll very well for them. But it polls very well for me. I think I won the election in 2016 because of the border. I fixed the border. I couldn't even talk about the border. My people would say, sir, nobody's listening. You fixed it. Nobody cares in 2020. Then I got millions of more votes in 2020 than I got in 2016. The most votes of any sitting president in history by far. But I couldn't talk about the border because I fixed it. I fixed it. It was great. But now we can talk about the border because this border, they unfixed it. This border is the worst border. And by the way, 25 times worse and more deadly than the border in 2016. That was considered a good border by compared to this. But it would provide alien taxpayer-funded lawyers. Every illegal alien would have a taxpayer-funded lawyer. This is the bill that she said she wants. And funnel millions of dollars of left-wing organizations, people, to come into our country. It would enable human trafficking. And by the way, she also wanted to have transgender operations for illegal migrants that were in detention. Now think of that. She also wanted, as you know, to defund the police. She wants to defund the police. She was one of the leaders in the defund the police movement, and that lasted for years. And anybody that wants to defund the police for one day should never have the right to be president of the United States. And she was one of the leaders in that movement. But think of that. She wants to give sex change operations to people in detention that came in illegally and are classified as illegal migrants. If they want a sex change operation, she said, that's okay, we'll do that. The only way to secure our border is to fire radical border czar Kamala Harris this November. Look, we talk about the border. She's been just as bad on everything else. We have the worst inflation, I think, in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but that's pretty bad too. But I think the actual number of years is, I think it brings it out to the worst ever. Kamala Harris endorsed abolishing ICE. She is seen as a down with deportations opportunist, but people don't realize that the people of this country want deportations of those criminals. They want the murderers out. They want the drug dealers out. They want everybody out who's going to hurt them. They want to have a safe country. As I said, before being interrupted by lightweight anchor David Muir, crime is massively up in our country. It's very lucky. The Department of Justice released numbers right after that debate. Somebody in there might like me, but they released numbers, giving the real numbers, and the numbers were unbelievably, shockingly high, the highest ever. And I haven't gotten an apology. I want an apology from ABC. She supports free taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens, and even, as I said, some of the horrible things that she's willing to do, including the sex change operations for people in detention.
I can't believe that's even a
for
talking
abolishing
point.
immigration, detention centers. She wants to have detention centers, but detention centers that you can get out of. Remember when in 2014 Obama built cages, and the fake news tried to say I built them. Fortunately, we had a great American that said, no, these were built during the Obama administration, and Biden knew about it, but I don't think Biden knows too much.
And we get some good hair sniffing.
One other thing that she's called the grandmother of sanctuary cities. I'm going to terminate all sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. They're sanctuaries for criminals. And, you know, you can go to California, where she ruined San Francisco. She destroyed. San Francisco may have been the greatest city in the world 16, 18 years ago. And now it's a practically unlivable place. And I hate to say that. I have property in San Francisco. It's not a good thing to say, but this far supersedes my ownership of property. It's an unlivable place. It was the best city. Bob Tisch of Lowe's, friend of mine, great guy, wonderful man. He was in San Francisco. He was in Chicago. He had big businesses all over, the Tisch family. Bob Tisch used to tell me that he thinks San Francisco is the greatest city in the country. He passed away quite a while ago.
That's the greatest
and
toilet.
San Francisco probably was, and now it's not even livable. She destroyed it when she was the DA, and she destroyed the state of California along with Gavin Newsom. She destroyed the state of California when she was the AG. If you can't say the phrase illegal alien, she said, then we can't trust you to secure the border. She said, you're not allowed to say the phrase under any circumstance, illegal alien, but that's what they are.
Yep. Say it every day.
It's that simple. She didn't want you to use that term. If you used that term, you'd be fired. And by the way, she fired everybody in a row. She couldn't get along with anybody. You know, it's interesting. 5 months ago, she was considered the worst vice president in history. She was laughed at, scoffed at for 3 years. She was the worst. Her staff hated her beyond belief. They were quitting. She had almost nobody wanted to work there. She couldn't get people to work for her. And she was just considered as bad as it gets. And she wasn't going to be chosen. No way that she was going to be chosen to replace Joe Biden. We had the debate. After the debate, they said, oh, this guy, we got to change him. I think we were up 21 points. But they went in there, and everyone knows they threatened the 25th Amendment. They threatened him with the 25th Amendment. They said, Joe, you're going to get out. And Nancy Pelosi led the charge. And Nancy Pelosi has a little problem because her husband sold their Visa stock. They had a lot of Visa stock one day before Visa was announced that Visa is being sued by the Department of Justice. Think of that. Nancy Pelosi sold vast amounts of Visa stock one day before the big lawsuit that we all read about a few days ago was brought against Visa. You think it was luck? I don't think. She should be prosecuted. Nancy Pelosi should be prosecuted for that. And she should also be prosecuted for J6 because she turned down 10,000 or any number she wanted, soldiers or National Guard. And I hope you all read John Solomon, what John Solomon wrote 2 days ago, because...
Oh, no, I got a report on that as well from Loudermilk here in Georgia. Whoa, dude. Yeah, they literally had the National Guard already standing by in riot gear. They like way before, and they wouldn't send them.
If you read it, you'd see that Donald Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. It's a scam. It's a scam. On day one of my new administration, I will stop all migrant flights immediately. They should stop them tonight. She can do that. Just sign one little page saying stop the migrant flights. But she won't do that. They're infecting our country. They're destroying our country. I will shut down all entries through the migrant phone app, something that most of you haven't even heard of, but it's very active and taking in thousands and thousands of people a week. I will end catch and release, and I will remain in Mexico. I'm going to tell Mexico, thank you very much. You're putting it back right away. You're putting it back, and they will do it too when I tell them. I will bring back Title 42. I will send a federal law enforcement, large group of people, but a tough group of people to liberate Aurora, Colorado. The governor of Colorado is petrified of these gangs. These are Venezuelan gangs with equipment better than our military has. going in with guns. The governor of Colorado is a coward. He's afraid to do what you have to do. And every other town that has been taken over by the migrant gangs and criminal alien thugs. And I think I'll go to a couple of these towns over the next 2 weeks. You'll see for yourself what's happened to them. They've been literally destroyed. I will send Congress a bill to ban sanctuary cities in the first day that I become president. And I will tell you, whether it's California or any place else, you might have guys like the governor, Newsom, or others that are governors wanting it. Nobody knows why. But the people don't want them. You can go and ask the people of California, do you want sanctuary cities? The people, including Democrats, will say, we don't want them. We will seal the border. We will stop the invasion, and we will begin the largest deportation of criminals, the criminal element, which is a large portion. We will start that immediately. Dwight Eisenhower had the largest deportation effort ever in our country, President Eisenhower, because he hated the fact that people were able to pour across our border. This will be much larger than that, but we will get rid of the drug dealers. We will get rid of the human traffickers. We will get rid of the murderers, the people that came out of jails, and the people that came out of mental institutions. They will all be gone, and it'll happen very quickly. We'll be dealing with local law enforcement who knows everything about every one of them. Their name, their serial number, they know everything. We respect our police, and we're going to respect law and order again. So I appreciate everybody being here. I just wanted to make this statement before Kamala goes down to the border. Anything she says tomorrow, you know, is a fraud, because she was the worst in history at protecting our country. So she'll try and make herself look a little bit better, but it's not possible. Normally, I would save this speech till after she leaves, but there's not a thing she can say to make it change. As you know, President Zelensky has asked to meet with me, and I will be meeting with him tomorrow morning at around 9:45 in Trump Tower. And it's a shame what's happening in Ukraine. So many deaths, so much destruction. It's a horrible thing. And one of the things that are very bothersome to me is the fact that Europe is paying only a small fraction of the money that the United States of America is paying. And we have an ocean between Russia and ourselves. They don't. So I see what's happening there. It's very, very sad. But we're in for numbers that nobody can even believe. And as you know, the European nations, as a combination, their economy is fairly close to the size of ours. So it's similar. They should be equalizing. They should start paying up. I did this with NATO. I made them all pay. Bush would make a speech and leave. Obama would make a speech and leave. And I said, you got to pay. If you don't pay, we're not going to be there. And everybody paid. And the Secretary General, good man, he said, I've never seen anything like it. For 10 years, we've been trying to get them to pay, and it was only Trump that was able to do it. He was very honest. It's true. That's where they have the money to do what they're doing right now. But they all paid, most of them anyway, hundreds of billions of dollars they paid, and they paid it fast. They said, sir, does that mean you won't protect us if we don't pay? I said, you mean you're delinquent? Yes, let's say we're delinquent. No, you won't be protected. The money came pouring in. Nobody else wanted to say that. And the press thought it was terrible that I made that statement. But if I didn't make that statement, we'd still be paying. You know, we were paying for NATO, most of it, almost all of it, maybe all of it for years. So I'm going to see President Zelensky tomorrow. And thank you all very much. Thank you. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the mayor well, but he's been fairly generous to me in his statements for a while. I thought you had the worst mayor ever that we had prior to him. I will say this. I watched about a year ago when he talked about how the illegal migrants are hurting our city and the federal government should pay us and we shouldn't have to take them. And I said, you know what? He'll be indicted within a year. And I was exactly right, because that's what we have. We have people that use the Justice Department and the FBI at levels that have never been seen before. So I wish him luck. I don't know anything about what he did, but I told a lot of people right over there, that group was saying, you know, sir, you were right about that. When they mentioned that, I said, they came in and he was pretty strong about it. He said, this is really unfair to make us carry this burden. We shouldn't be doing this. This is New York City. I mean, your parks are loaded up. I just passed recently Madison Avenue, the Roosevelt Hotel. It's like nobody would recognize it. That's Midtown. But he came out very strongly against it. He was right, by the way, because it's ruining our country. He was honest. And I said, he will be indicted within a year. And that's what happened. And I noticed the indictment's very old. It goes back a long time. Well, I had the same thing. They went way before the statute of limitations. So I wish him well, but I said that he will be indicted because he did that. You take a look. That's what they do. These are dirty players. These are bad people. They cheat and they do anything necessary. These are bad people. And we need an honest Justice Department. We need an honest FBI, and we need it fast. Yeah.
Keir Starmer, the UK Premier.
Yes, he's coming tonight.
What do you think of him? Some of his colleagues in government are quite critical of you.
Well, I'm going to see him in about an hour, so I have to be nice, right? Yeah. But I actually think he's very nice. I think he ran a great race. He did very well. It's very early, but he's popular, and I'll be seeing him, and I'll send you regards. Who are you with? Who are you with?
With GB News in the UK.
Okay, good.
Would you rather Nigel Farage would have a bigger role?
Well, I think Nigel is great. I mean, I've known him for a long time. He had a great election, too. Picked up a lot of seats, more seats than he was allowed to have, actually. They acknowledge that he won, but for some reason you have a very strange system over there. You might win him, but you don't get him. Nigel is a fantastic person.
Mr. President Zelensky said that you do not understand what it takes to win this war.
Oh, then I should immediately cancel my appointment. No, he knows. He knows I understand. Look. I hate to see the carnage. If I were president, it never would have happened. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. Never, ever. And by the way, President Xi would have never even thought about Taiwan, which he's thinking about very seriously now, flying planes over it every single day. But President Putin would have never attacked. When I look at the horror show that's gone on, and the level of death is far greater than what is being reported. When you look at those cities, they're all knocked down, those beautiful, gorgeous golden domes, they're shattered and lying on their side, never to be replaced again. You can't ever replace that, 2,000 years old. When you look at the heritage of that really very vibrant country in so many different ways, and you see how it's been so broken, the people, so many people dead, where they have to use old soldiers, old men and young boys because they're running out of soldiers. It's a very terrible thing. And then you see that the United States is paying for most of it, and Europe is not chipping in. And all you have to do with Europe is the same thing I did with NATO. Say you have to pay. And if you say you have to pay, they will. It's very unfair to the United States, but I look forward to seeing him tomorrow. We'll see. I do believe, I disagree with him. Well, he doesn't know me, but I disagree. But I will say this. I believe I will be able to make a deal between President Putin and President Zelensky quite quickly.
But what does that look like? What does that look like? What does that?
I don't want to tell you what that looks like.
The Vice President suggested today that your strategy with Ukraine amounts to surrender to Russia. How do you respond to that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And it's not a surrender. What my strategy is to save lives. I want to save lives. Millions of people are dead. Millions more than they even think about. And it's not my fight, but it is a fight to save humanity. That is a terrible, let me explain. That is a terrible war that would have never happened. And it didn't happen. I even have Democrats. I watched them on Deface the Nation and some of the shows this weekend. And they said, well, we agree that it wouldn't have happened if Trump were president. I was very generous of them. But it would have never happened. That's what bothers me even more. There was no reason for that war to happen, but it did happen. And millions of people are dead, including soldiers from both sides. It's so sad to see it. And I'll meet with President Zelensky and we'll see what happens. But I believe I can work that out. It would have been, I will say this, it would have been a lot easier to work out prior to the start. And Putin never, ever even thought about going in. And it was the apple of his eye. I knew him very well, had a very good relationship, despite the Russia hoax. It was a total hoax. But we had a very good relationship. Fortunately, otherwise we could have ended up in war over that. It's very dangerous. You know, when you make up stories like that, it's very dangerous. The laptop from hell was very dangerous. But Putin told me often, it's the apple of his eye. But I said, Vladimir, don't even think about doing it. He would have never done it. And then, of course, through stupid oil policies and energy policies where oil got up to almost $100 a barrel, Putin said, wow, I have a lot more money than I thought I had. And he prosecuted the war. But even if it went up, and it wouldn't have gone up like that, that's what caused inflation, that and stupid spending for the Green New Deal, which was a Green New scam, turned out. Do you notice that they don't ever mention anything about environment anymore? What happened to the environment? They don't mention it. They don't mention that the ocean is going to rise 1/4 of an inch over the next 500 years. They don't mention it anymore. It's incredible. I will say this, though. What they should start mentioning is nuclear warming, because we're in grave danger. The world is in grave danger, and you better get smart people. You know, during my term, I never mentioned the word nuclear, but that's the warming that you're going to have to be very careful with. And we're very close to World War III, whether it's the Middle East or that. October 7th would have never happened. Iran had no money. I guess that's probably why you hear the stories about Iran. Only a consequential president would have this happen. Only a consequential president. But Iran would have made a deal with us. It would have been a great deal for them. The only thing is they cannot have nuclear weapons. And we would have had it because Iran had no money during my administration. They were broke. And they would have made a deal and they would have been happy. And they would have had an unbelievable civilization. But it didn't work out that way because of a thing that was very sad to watch. That was the election. A very sad thing to watch.
Would you still make a deal with them now after everything that's happened? If you were reelected?
Make a deal with who? Make a deal with who?
Would you try to make a deal with Iran of some kind if you were reelected?
Sure, I would do that. Yeah, I believe in getting. It doesn't matter. I have a great memory, but it's a memory that wants to serve the people. We have to make a deal because the consequences are impossible. We have to make a deal, and they would have had a deal. I would have said we would have had the results of the election been correct. We would have had a deal within 1 week after the election. I was prepared to get it done within 1 week after the election. They could have done that too, but they had no idea how to go about it. They could have done it because I gave them a country that wanted to make a deal. They had to. There was no money to Hamas. There was no money to Hezbollah because Iran didn't have the money. Now Iran has $300 billion. They made it all in the last 3.5 years. The sanctions came off. They made it all in the last 3.5 years. Plus, they essentially have Iraq as a subsidiary, and Iraq has $300 billion. So Iran is a very rich country. They have $600 to $650 billion, including Iraq. Iraq doesn't like it when I say that, but that's true. They're really a subsidiary because foolishly Bush wiped out. You had two powerful forces. One of those forces got wiped out. And now the other force, after 1,000 years, walks in and just essentially takes it over. So it's very sad to watch. But Iran now is a big force because they're very rich. Iran was not rich at all. Iran didn't have the money to take care of the various organizations of terror. Okay.
Yesterday at the UN General Assembly came together and called for an immediate ceasefire. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is speaking at the UN tomorrow. He has refused to do that. What would you do differently to prevent the Middle East?
Well, you have to have that ended one way or the other. The world isn't going to take it. You have to have that ended. And I would think that we're getting close to a point where maybe it can end pretty soon. But you're going to have to end. That's unacceptable. The whole thing over there is unacceptable. That's another one. October 7th would have never happened. Would have never happened. Ukraine and Russia would have never happened. Think of it. Would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. Think of the world. The Afghanistan pull out in that way. We would have pulled out, but we would have pulled out with dignity and strength. I'm the one that got it down to that number. But I would have kept Bagram because Bagram is this massive Air Force base that we built many, many years ago with billions and billions of dollars, the most powerful runways that can hold more load than any other runway in the world. And we walked away from it. And it wasn't Afghanistan that was the problem. We walked away from a great military base that we built to the highest specifications that was 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We are being run by Kamala, who is grossly incompetent. All you have to do is look at her interview last night, look at her interview with Oprah, look at her interview with the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All you have to do is look around and you'll see it. We had 4 years of incompetent leadership. We cannot, as a country, sustain another 4 years. Thank you very much.
There's one more thing here.
I don't know the situation.
Do you think that Ukraine should turn over some of its own land to Russia in order to end the war?
We'll see what happens.
What's your message to the
We'll see what
tomorrow?
happens. Let's get some peace. We need peace. We need to stop the death and destruction. Don't you think? Wouldn't that be nice? Huh?
Do you have plans to meet Benjamin Netanyahu in person?
Well, we're going to meet a lot of people. Many of the leaders have been calling me, and they want to meet. So I guess they see the poll numbers. We're leading in the polls, by the way, very seriously. The Daily Mail just came out with a very big poll, and we're up by 10. So that's an honor. But we have no choice. If we don't win this election, we're not going to have a country. Thank you very much.
There it is. That's the truth. The truth be spoken. All right. President Trump, that was a good press conference, man. He nailed the points. He got out ahead of Kamala's visit to the border. She'll probably go to a very soft portion of it. I doubt she's going to go to the where the real action is, of course. And I think he got out in front of their strategy. She's going to go down there and say that she's got this plan. She's going to try to blame it on Trump, who isn't in office right now, that he killed some bill somehow. That was really just a total mess. It was a sham. It was a scam. It was a scam. That's what it was. and dressed up like it was going to solve our problems. But no, it was only going to enable them more to do more damage. And it certainly wasn't going to address the next problem we're going to talk about right now, which is the child trafficking issue going on at the border. Yes, a lot of, hey, Jacob Castro, how's it going, buddy? A lot of comments that were flying through during the press conference about the facilities and other things. Well, they're very timely because we're actually going to get a chance to take a look at those right now. Let me go ahead and queue up the right video as we catch up here. Let me see. Got that. Okay. We got these. Anything on this? Not yet. He did mention the I'll go over that in a minute. Talk about Kamala, the DNC. It's Kamala's lies, DNC, the establishment lies. I just couldn't fit it in the title, so I said DNC. All right, let's pull that down and pull this over here. Cue this up, guys. Let's take a second and breathe, because we're gonna get ready to go into a good report on let me just listen to this real quick. Okay, we could do this. All right. This next report, Muckraker does great reports, and it's not the same as O'Keefe, because O'Keefe did have something called Muckraker at one time. Perhaps inspired, the name was inspired by O'Keefe, but these guys are doing undercover investigation. Well, not even undercover; they're in your face investigations, and you're going to be amazed at what some of the things you're going to see in this report, guys. I love the stuff that Muckraker is doing. So as soon as it comes out, this is a brand new video. I try to get it to you as soon as possible so that we can review it together and talk about it. It's an important thing. All right, this right there, that's what's coming up next. All right, guys, I'm looking at you out there. How you doing, Jacob? Let me see. We've got some stuff talking about climate here. Let's see. Yeah, they really don't talk about everything's getting ready to end, does it? Do they? Of course they know. I tell you what, they get elected, it'll be on high, because the UN, I talked about this a little bit and last show, and I talked about it a little bit in some chats, but the UN passed their pandemic treaty, which is really just this treaty that says that any kind of global event that affects everybody, they can then come in and be the commanders, basically overriding our constitution. And of course, the Biden-Harris administration signed off on it, taking a knee to the globalist establishment, as they always do, because they are an extension of that. Basically a puppet of that, if you will. That's the real monster at the gate, man. I'm not going to stop saying it, and I won't stop talking about it. And it will only become more of a focus here as time goes on. Let me see. There's something. Okay. Okay. Talk about. Okay, I'll do that later. Okay, that'll come in the DNC live segment. I'm thinking about that. I got to find this one video about from Loudermilk of Georgia, talking about the congressional hearing on January 6th and the findings that came out of that. Really nailed them to the cross today. Really busted them, and their whole setup has been busted, I think. Let's hope it does some good. Let's hope it gets some traction to dispelling this myths. Everything is happening right now. Everything's accelerating. We're heading towards November. We're 40 days away or something like that. Everything, guys, everything's going to be accelerating like you wouldn't believe. Like, it's going to be pedal to the metal from here to November 5th. The news, the findings, it's going to be, every day is going to be like a whirlwind. It's like every day from now to November 5th and probably beyond, we're going to wake up to a storm of information, and narratives will be flying past us like you wouldn't believe. All right, so I keep saying wouldn't believe. I'm listening to Trump the entire time. I'm sorry. Like we've never seen. All right. Cool, guys. If you're out there, please hit the thumbs up button, man. It really helps small channels. Over there on Rumble too, got 9, 10 watching over on Rumble. Guys, please hit the thumbs up, and if you haven't, please subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 500 before the end of the month, man. You can be part of that awesome finishing leg of the race to 500. We're at 493 right now. You can be part of that final 7. The final 7, the Magnificent 7. They call them the Magnificent 7. All right, be part of the Magnificent 7. Get us to 500. All right. 40 days is a biblical time period. Everything can change. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Jacob. It's good to see you, man. I don't, Jacob, did you see the trailer for last Sunday where you made your AI acting debut? I have to explain this. I think I'll save it for Saturday night. I'll have to explain it, how that works. But yeah, you did really good, and you were solid. You were absolutely solid. I'll play it for you next time I get a chance. All right. I don't think I can play it on here. I may get a claim on it. I don't know. It's from Galaxy Quest. It's really short, but usually they'll get me for that. So I'll wait. All right. Cool. Let me see here. Let's get this next documentary rolling, guys. I'm telling you, this is going to blow your mind. These guys are not scared, man. They get out there. They get in people's faces. They confront them. They've really blown the lid off this this CIA backed trafficking. I don't say that just on a whim, right? This isn't like a CIA inside job, every time something happens, right? No, this is actually, these people are actually funded. They've done the research in it. They know, and they're going to be talking about it in this documentary. You're going to hear stories from kids that were part of this and what happened to them, where they got dumped off, the kind of people they've been dumped off with. You're going to see some of those facilities that Obama built and they blamed on Trump, but they're Obama's responsibility, and Biden and Harris are making damn good use of them. It's just insane that this is going on top of everything else. I mean, it's a tough topic, but it's one we have to talk about. We have to get the news out there about it. We have to start getting that narrative out there and have people start looking at it and understanding that this is really happening. It's not a joke. It's not just political rhetoric. It's actually happening, and the evidence is right here. We're getting ready to watch it right now, guys. All right, strap in. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Muckraker, finding the feds missing children, child trafficking in America. Excellent work. Let's go.
They have all of the kids wearing masks, and they have them keeping their head down. They're telling them to hide their face. Many of these kids go missing.
I've even had a little friend. I can't remember her name, but she said she didn't know where she would go.
And MVM is an organization that has moved thousands. You do not work for MVM?
I'm on vacation.
You said that you were on vacation, and now you're moving this small child to the airport. I thought you were on vacation. Do you have any comment about the children that have gone missing that you've helped to escort across the country? 2 children were delivered to a sponsor that lives at this address. But as you can see, nobody lives here, and honestly, it doesn't look like anybody's lived here in quite a long time. There's kids in the car here. They're moving these kids. They just turn the lights off.
We owe a debt of $10,000 for me and another $10,000 for my brother.
That van that we just confronted, they are now taking off. We are following them. This van is now trying to lose us. They're driving through this neighborhood that's headed absolutely nowhere.
Are a lot of the kids coming over here, are they trafficked, or like what's the...
Some are. I'm not gonna lie. Some are.
She cried because she didn't know what they would do with her. We went to sleep, and in the morning, when I got up, she was gone.
Since 2021, an average of 400 unaccompanied children are smuggled into the United States every day. These children, who cross into the United States without parents, are subsequently detained, processed by the federal government's Unaccompanied Children Program, and eventually released into the country. On August 19, 2024, the Department of Homeland Security announced that they had lost track of over 300,000 of these children. In June of 2024, a government insider from the Department of Health and Human Services provided Muckraker with a list detailing the names of over 8,000 alien children, along with their last known addresses. So, we began an operation to find the missing children ourselves. Over the course of our investigation, we discovered the dangerous places where children had been delivered, confronted a CIA contractor who moves these children, heard shocking stories from children who the federal government has lost track of, and exposed a child trafficking network in Florida. This report brings to light the fate of the forgotten children who have fallen victim to the criminal negligence of the United States federal government. Children who enter the United States illegally and without parents are subsequently detained and placed in holding camps, while the Office of Refugee Resettlement works to find the child a permanent home through their Unaccompanied Children Program.
I mean, guys, just look at that. Look at the size of these places.
The goal of the Unaccompanied Children Program is to place alien children with vetted sponsors, who are typically family members or close family friends. However, we discovered that while in federal government custody, some children ask to be sent back to their home country, but are instead taken away in the middle of the night and sent to sponsors who they do not know. It is also well documented that this program has placed children in the hands of criminal organizations, such as MS-13, as well as labor and sex trafficking rings. We began our operation by door-knocking the addresses associated with the most vulnerable children on our list, focusing on the youngest, who were the most likely to be victims of trafficking. One of our first finds was an abandoned house where 2 boys, aged 7 and 10, had allegedly been delivered.
We are at this house here, 321 Broadway in Amityville, New York on Long Island. Allegedly, 2 children were delivered to a sponsor that lives at this address. But as you can see, nobody lives here. And honestly, it doesn't look like anybody's lived here in quite a long time. So we're not too sure where those 2 children went. It was 2 young boys that were sent here. We're not too sure where they are or if they're even still in New York or even in the country anymore.
Our investigation eventually led us to the projects of the Bronx.
Real quick, guys, I'm seeing in the comments a lot of things that YouTube is removing comments. Let me just do this real quick. I want to remind you that if you comment on Rumble, I can see your comments just fine, and I will put them on screen. So we'll get around that bullshit right now. Just give me 1 second to throw out the links. And, you know, you can stay here on YouTube as well. Keep the views up here. But you can also just use Rumble to comment as well. Let me just say. All right. So I can't really, let me just say, I just call it free speech links. All right. And there we go. All right. So if you're having any problems, you know, with censorship here on the YouTube side, please go to the Rumble page and enter your comments on Rumble, and people will get to see what you're saying. Okay. All right. So you guys do that, and but if you don't mind, leave your browser open for YouTube as well. Put it to the side so that we have numbers, and that helps us get out in the algorithm so more people can find this important information. It really is key information. Not a comfortable subject, but it's something we have to confront. We cannot let this corrupt establishment keep getting away with this. We are the ones chosen to see this information. We are the ones chosen to fight against it. So we accept that responsibility, and we will move forward bravely. Together, we will do this. Here we go.
New York or even in the country anymore.
Our investigation eventually led us to the projects of the Bronx, where we found a girl who told us a horror story from inside the facility she was detained in at Pomona, California.
How many days were you in Pomona, California?
I was there for 35 days.
35? Did you ever hear anyone say they didn't know where they were going?
Well, I remember 2 kids. One said she didn't know where she was going, and the other said she didn't know what would happen. And then, 2 days before I came here, one night before, she cried because she didn't know what they would do with her. We went to sleep, and in the morning, when I got up, she was gone. They had taken her away, and she wanted to say goodbye, but they wouldn't let her.
They wouldn't let her?
No, I don't know what happened.
Because they get them up at 4 o'clock in the morning?
3 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning.
And they said,
they do not allow it.
Pick up everything you're leaving?
And they take them away. It gives me the creeps.
Where was your friend from?
One was from Honduras, and the other was from Guatemala. Well, she was a good friend of mine before that. She always cried and told me her sorrows. And she told me to give her my Facebook. I always waited for her to send me a message, and I never got anything from her.
And how old was she, if you remember?
16. She was 16.
All right, guys, instead of testing YouTube, just remember, we all have Rumble accounts for a reason. Just you know, add to the conversation over there. I'll pull up on stream. All right, cool.
Did you ever hear others say they had asked to be sent back and they wouldn't let them?
Yeah, I heard that.
The federal government uses contractors to move children from detention centers, like the one this girl was held at, into the hands of their sponsors. One of these contractors is MVM, a private security contractor with ties to the CIA, NSA, FBI, and Homeland Security. Over the past few years, MVM has secured contracts worth tens of millions of dollars to escort detained alien children into the hands of their sponsors.
Wow.
We flew to McAllen, Texas, a major hub where detained alien children are located, and were able to track down MVM contractors as they were moving children.
Wait a minute, is this MVM? No. We have footage here that a lot of these children don't know the sponsors that they are going to.
Look at these scumbags who are doing this. I mean, that muckrakers being awesome and going out there and confronting them. But I mean, look at these people who take these jobs. I mean, absolutely scum of the earth.
What's going on? There's kids in the car here. They're moving these kids. They just turn the lights off. This is the MVM headquarters that we are currently at. There are kids in this van right here that they are.
Hold on, time out. What? Hold on. How did Rumble cancel your comment? What? If you guys are on VPNs, maybe change locations. I don't know. I don't know how to help you. Oh well. Yeah, they do it for the money. They do. When they have no souls, they're corrupt. This is the demoralization of America. This is the demoralization of our society when people have no conscience and empathy to do things. This is demoralization on display. This is what's going on with these people who are part of this process. If they would just stop, they wouldn't have people to do this, right?
Moving. There's somebody that's going to come out. Let's see what they have to say. Hey, are you a manager here? Hey, we've spoken to some of these children, and they tell us that they don't know a lot of times the sponsors that they're going to. Do you have any comment on that at all?
No, we don't.
This is MVM, correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Not sure.
Excuse me. What's going on here? There they go. And notice they got out of here in such a hurry that they just left their bags here.
Look at that, dude. Not only are they being dragged in the country, now they don't have their stuff. Now they don't have their stuff. Like, that could have been like pictures of their family in there. Could have been their favorite stuffed animal. It could have been something that meant something to them, and they don't give a rat's ass. They just drove off and left the bags because they're so worried about. They know what they're doing is wrong. They know what they're doing is wrong.
Think about that. They got out of here. We don't even know what's in those bags. They just left them there, and they took off in the van in such a hurry because that's how secret this operation is. They do not want you to know what is going on. That van that we just confronted, they are now taking off. We are following them. We believe that they're taking these kids to the airport.
And I mean, it's a small thing, but it really bugs me that they. I mean, I would. Okay, yeah, you're doing a bad thing, but make sure the kids have their bags. I mean, it's probably the last thing their parents did for them. I mean, not that was great that they sent them off, you know, but it's, for them, it may represent something really important, and it sucks they just left their stuff sitting there.
We have talked to some of these children that you guys escort, and some of these
There's
children
another
have told us
cock.
that their friends don't know the sponsors that they're going to. Are you okay with that? Excuse me, why are you all wearing masks? Do you have any comment on that? Why are you hiding your identity?
Look at that little kid right there.
Do you have any shame, sir?
Evidently not.
There's still time to redeem yourself. Would you like to see the footage that we caught of the government and what's going on?
Watch this. Watch this, guys. Look at this. See that?
Were their IDs even checked just there? Were their IDs even just checked? Who checked their IDs?
Look at the officials did not check the IDs. Just sent them all through. And watch, they're going to check somebody else's ID who lives in this country.
I didn't see any ID check just there. There was no ID check. Right. Why weren't there IDs checked? If I was going to go here, I can't talk to you about that. I'm going to ask you, why do you guys ID American citizens when those children can't do you guys an ID? I'm not going to say anything on camera.
This guy has a conscience, though. This guy is like not happy about what's going on, but he also has to, I guess, protect his income because that's what feeds his kids.
Of the kids coming over here, are they trafficked or like what's the?
Some are. I'm not gonna lie. Some are.
Does that happen a lot that the kids come over here with a totally fake name?
It has.
Yeah.
There's no way for us to verify.
And so they come over here with a fake name, and then they just come up with one. They just get a brand new identity. They could be anybody.
Have you seen the movie
Sound of Freedom?
Yeah,
yeah, I've seen that.
Look at that. He answered for him. Sound of Freedom. We watched Sound of Freedom. It's over on my Rumble page. It was a while back when we watched it, but if you go to playlists at the top of my Rumble page and you go to critical information streams, it's a quick way to find that. If you haven't seen Sound of Freedom yet, it's in there. Go watch it. It'll be, it'll add you even more context to what you're seeing right here. But this is from what's going on all over in different countries, right? All over the world, where this is directly about what's going on in the US.
Yeah.
Exactly like that.
You guys get the kids coming over here with the notes that are attached to them with the addresses, right? And a lot of times that just lead to like a sex trafficker or something, right? That's legit.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit that we can't tell.
What's the issue though? Why can't you guys talk on camera?
It's the policies that we have, things that we can and can't say.
But why don't they want you talking on camera?
Politics. Look at this. This guy is like, I didn't take this job for this shit, right? But it's the job I have. And it sucks because this is the compartmentalization, but he's smart enough to be awake and aware about it. I hope that he is able to find a better career. I hope that somebody will help this guy get a better job. He obviously doesn't want to be doing this, but he feels like he can't. He doesn't have a choice. His hands are tied. I don't know what his story is. Yeah. I mean, he's probably lost his job. So, I mean, I hope that somebody will give this guy another chance somewhere else because he seems like a decent guy. It just sucks, man. They put a lot of good people in bad positions, and of course they're using money and all kinds of other things as leverage to make them comply.
Politics. What, like making the administration look bad? Or...
Yeah.
Damn.
Honestly, bro, I really wish it was more people like you.
Yeah.
Exposing this shit.
Yeah.
Because it sucks. It truly is a horrible thing.
Yeah.
It is a horrible thing. But me, I can't do that.
You could blow the whistle on it.
No, I can't.
You could, but you're going to lose your job.
Yeah, exactly.
You work for MVM, and MVM is an organization that has moved out.
And Muckraker had to make a decision there. What's more important, to get the story out, or to protect this guy's identity and not get the story out. I mean, but that was smoking gun evidence right there. There's a firsthand eyewitness account, someone who's involved with it, unfortunately involved with it, speaking from his heart and knowing that. I hope he's well taken care of, and I hope that someone will give him another job if he loses his job, or at least transfer him to a place that he can not have to be participating in this.
I don't work for you. You do not work for MVM?
I'm on vacation.
We've now landed in Houston, and it appears as if MVM has requested a police escort because they don't want media exposing what they're doing. But if you look, they have all of the kids wearing masks, and they have them keeping their head down.
Yep.
All of the kids wearing masks, keeping their head down.
Yep. That's
They're telling them to hide their face.
Yep.
Many of these kids go missing. You said that you were on vacation, and now you're moving this small child to the airport. I thought you were on vacation.
Well, she has no morals, so of course she's going to lie. I mean, she has no morals. Look what she's doing. She's taking that young innocent life right there and sending it into hell. And she has no morals. I hope this woman rots in hell.
Ma'am, I thought you were on vacation. What happened to that? Do you have any comment about children that have gone missing that you've helped to escort across the country?
As we worked our way through the list provided to us by the government insider, we encountered sponsors who, for various reasons, no longer had the child. Some told us that they had given the child to somebody else. Others said that the child had returned to their home country. One such case involved a 14-year-old girl named Linda, who had been placed with an unrelated sponsor in Nashville, Tennessee. When we knocked on her sponsor's door, we were told that she had since moved to Louisiana. We were eventually able to track her down and found her living in a rundown neighborhood on the outskirts of New Orleans.
When you were in the shelter in Pomona, California, did you and hear other kids say that they didn't know where they were going to? Yeah? And that they didn't know who they were going to live with?
Yes.
Yes? Did you hear that many times?
Yes, I've even had a little friend. I can't remember her name, but she said she didn't know where she would go.
How old was she?
Same age as me, 13.
This was something you saw happening not only with your friend, but many other children as well, right?
Yes,
And did you at any point want to go away?
I did.
And was it because you didn't like where you were?
It was because of my aunt's character, my sponsor's character. She was like, if you don't pay me for this, you're not going to get that. If you don't buy your food, you're not going to eat, and so on.
Can you elaborate a bit more about how she ran you off? Where did you go?
Well, I slept in the street. I slept in the street in the cold weather. Then I talked to a friend. I had to stay in his car with a bedsheet bearing the cold.
Ellie, okay, guys, here, let's do this right now. I see that a lot of comments are disappearing because of YouTube. If you have the capability and you can do it, please screen record what's happening and then put it in my Discord. If you're not in the Discord, let's get Discord links out to everybody. Everybody come on in. Post those videos in there. I will personally take those videos and I will post them on my X account and I will at YouTube at them. I will at them from X and let them know what's going on. And I will also let everybody in my network there on X know as well. And hopefully we'll get some traction on this. They're taking disappearing messages about God, prayer, and scripture. I don't know what that's all about, but it sounds like it's a violation of freedom of speech right there. That doesn't seem like it's harmful at all. So I don't understand why they would be doing something like that. So let's document it and let's stick it to them.
I couldn't eat. I had no money to eat.
Do you feel you were forced to work by your aunt?
Yes. She would tell me that if I didn't have money for rent, that she would kick me out. That's when she talked to the lady who raised me, my mom. And she started telling her that she was going to take me out to the street. That if I didn't give her what she wanted, we were going to be in trouble. And to this day, she's still charging me $4,000 for my trip from Honduras. When I was in school, one of the reasons why I dropped out was because she was harassing me. She kept blackmailing me, saying that if I didn't go back to live with her, that I was never going to see my mother again.
Before we visited you, did anyone from the government ever contact you from the shelter? Did they ever visit you?
No, never, so far. I rather think that if they would have tried to contact me, when I had no place to sleep, I would have gone.
You mentioned on the phone that you did see many things on the way up here.
Yes.
Did that involve girls about your age?
Yes, and they raped her. When I was leaving, when I was coming to Monterrey, they took us off the bus. It was like a truck. And they counted us all. I was on this side, and those two girls were here. A woman grabbed them and said she was going to take them to a whorehouse. And at that moment, a middle-aged man said, "No, I'll play with them first." He took them into the car, and we could only hear how the girls cried.
How old, if you could remember, more or less, how old did they look? About your age?
Yes, they were about the same age. One was 13 and the other 14.
Why doesn't she?
The drivers who were driving were killed.
Did the drivers get shot?
Here. First they hit them on the head with boards, and then later, when they were all beaten and their faces were covered in blood, they were shot here.
Wow.
Hey Gundam, what's up? Nice to meet you.
The 3 states which have received the most alien children since 2021 are Texas, California, and Florida, with each state taking in over 10,000 per year. We were tipped off by a government insider about a suspected human trafficking case in Florida. We learned that 2 Guatemalan illegal aliens named Baltazar and Juana had requested to sponsor 13 children across 5 different addresses
you're going to be
in Bonita Springs, Florida. Even more
evil if you name that.
was that these same addresses were also being used by other illegal aliens who were attempting to sponsor children. At one particular house, 4 different adults were sponsoring at least 13 children. We were told that this case had been referred to the FBI, HSI, and HHS, but after sitting on the case for months, nothing was done about it. We were able to track down a brother and sister from Guatemala who had been delivered to the trafficking ring a few years prior. They claimed that a trafficking debt has been held over their head for years and explained the details of a labor trafficking system that targets children.
Could you please tell us your name and whether or not you have any debts?
My name is and we came here with a how do you say, we have a debt of 10,000 in my name and 10,000 in my brother's name to Mrs. Juana, and this lady demands a lot from us. Baltazar and Juana take in a lot of children here and put them to work. Sometimes they take them in one by one, and these children come to their house and they say to them, tomorrow. What I mean is that they find a job for each one. Baltazar finds them a job. He contacts a company. Then he tells them, you will start working tomorrow. There are others to whom he says they have to find their own jobs, because sometimes Baltazar can't find work for these children. And he tells them to wait at the stop for someone to pick them up for work.
What is the youngest child you have ever seen? What is the youngest? 5 years old, 10 years old? How old? What is the youngest child you've ever seen with Baltazar?
5 years old. I lived with them for a couple of months, but I left because I didn't like it, because they were always drinking.
So the people in charge of the 5-year-olds drank a lot?
Yes, they drank.
And the men who lived in the house, who were they? Baltazar's friends?
Yes, Baltazar's friends. They didn't live in rooms, but imagine this house, and someone says there's a room to rent here. They put the person in the living room, and that's it. There are beds here, beds there, beds everywhere.
And when Juana threatened you, did she find you, call you, or how did she do it?
Yes, she found me because she got angry when I left. She got angry when I left, so she asked me for money.
And is this lady threatening you?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of threats does she make?
She threatens, as I told you, mentioning a judge, that she's going to take something from us, that she's going to deport us.
The disastrous border policies of the Biden-Harris administration are only one dimension of the U.S. federal government's complicity in the mass trafficking of children. The entire migration pipeline, from South America up to the U.S. southern border, is controlled by networks of human traffickers who funnel tens of thousands of alien children into the United States every year. For many alien children, crossing the U.S. southern border is only the beginning of their problems. What you have seen here is a mere glimpse into the ever-growing child trafficking industry in the United States. During our 3-month investigation, we encountered numerous children who found themselves in dangerous and desperate situations after passing through the federal government's unaccompanied children program. One such child was this 15-year-old girl named Pamela, who found herself homeless in Nashville after her sponsor threw her out. When we found her, she showed signs of self-mutilation. Under the Biden-Harris administration, federal agencies and NGOs have been granted hundreds of millions of dollars to place vulnerable children in the hands of domestic trafficking networks. The only way to end this crisis is to immediately secure the U.S. southern border. The need for action has never been greater. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to support our operation, you can make a one-time contribution at muckraker.com/donate, or you can buy merchandise at shop.muckraker.com. If you're unable to do that, you can support our operation by sharing the information that we publish. And if you don't want to do that, all I ask is that you have the courage to stand up and speak the truth. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Thank you very much.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Yeah, not an easy watch, but something we have to be aware of. You know, thank you guys for watching that and with us. And we got plenty more coming up on this topic. I'm gonna expand on this more. But yeah, I wanted you guys to see that right away. So you know, when Kamala's talking about what a great job she does at the border and what they're doing, there's the fruits of their labor. There's the results of what they're doing right there in front of your eyes for everybody to see. And that's what's going on there. Let me just check around here, see where I want to go next. All right. Yeah, I mean, those guys are doing great work, aren't they? Thank God there's people out there like them doing this. We really need that. Those people doing the investigative work, getting out there, getting in people's faces, and letting people know how it goes, what the truth is. Because a lot of people are just sitting there day in, day out. They don't even realize it. All right, on the immigration issue, I keep saying immigration, on the invasion issue, on the on the establishment invasion issue, right? We have an update from good old Empty Pockets James, Empty Pockets Garage James. And this is, I'm not going to play all this. It's just brief. I just want to, I don't want to comment on this though. I want to comment on what he's saying here. So let's bring up good old Empty Pockets Garage James, the newest YouTube sensation. This guy had a meager little garage channel, and he did a Springfield, Ohio report, and his channel blew up like you wouldn't believe. I mean, it's like incredible growth. Good old James is having here. So this is about the Haitian issue in Springfield, Ohio. And what's interesting about this is what happened right after the press left.
Hey everybody, this is James, Empty Pockets Garage. I said I'd jump on here real quick. I don't normally do this live, but anyways, I was just going down South Limestone, and it looks like there's probably 100 plus, and I'm gonna assume they're Haitians. They're wearing like a bluish, purplish vest type deal, and they got banners, and I couldn't read what the banners said, but if it is Haitians, it looks like they waited just enough time for all the news cameras to be away from this area. And I know the reports of accidents started going up again yesterday. It's like they were told to stay in the house or something while all the news people were here.
How about that?
Not really giving an honest assessment of what's going on here. I mean,
when you listen to what James is about to say, you can already tell they got their agents there. They got people there that are controlling the situation to manufacture the optics the way they want them. Listen to this.
Past week was like the quietest I've ever driven through this town, and I think probably a bunch of y'all could say the same thing. So, anyways. I don't expect nobody to jump on here or nothing live, because I didn't give nobody a notice on this. But,
oh yeah, this is his first live stream right here.
I just wanted to say I seen them marching. Hey, what's up, Ray? What's up, Ken Dog? Have any of you guys seen what I saw earlier on South Limestone? And maybe somebody in the chat can tell me what it is if you're local, because that's what it looked like to me. I hate to assume. I've done all my videos without trying to assume anything. But like I said, it was like bluish, purplish, like vests. And I even asked the gentleman there. I pulled into the parking lot, but they were giving me kind of some harsh-looking stares. So I didn't want to cause no trouble. I'm just being curious. That's all it was, just being curious. And I asked the gentleman, and he could barely speak English, and he said, I don't know. And I said, well, looks like maybe a parade or something. And he just said, I don't know. So I'm gonna guess that's what it is. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but I'm just trying to throw this out here. I have to be somewhere here in a little bit. Otherwise, I would have just recorded this and put it out tonight with maybe 100% concrete that I can say that's what it was. But that's what it looks like. And it just seems wild that would happen just after all the news cameras leave town. And, but I don't really know what else to say to stay on here, except I'm glad you guys jumped in so quick.
So yeah, I mean, that's the gist of it. He goes on and talks about pretty much the same thing, and then talks about a few other things. Like he reached out to some people that were in town and never heard back from them. That that JLR guy was around there, and he's like, I'll take you around, show you stuff. But the guy never got back to him. He said he went to his chat. The guy ignored him. So I mean, I don't think that highly of the dude. Anyways, James I like. The other guy, it's kind of weird. But anyways, and he makes a lot of like shark jumping assumptions about people when he shouldn't be up running his mouth. But anyways, okay, so they got organizers in there. They've sent in the organizers. And by the way, no doubt, if comments are disappearing, this topic is very heated. I'm covering. I cover fearlessly topics. A lot of people put their channel and worry about that stuff first. I'm just about getting the content out. A lot of people put their face out there. They want their name out there. I'm just an idea. It's called Winning Reality, and I just represent the idea. And it's all about the content here. It's about it being effective, and it's about helping to save our future and to win our reality back from those who are trying to turn it into a living nightmare, and they are doing it. So we're working together to do that. That's what I'm about here. But yeah, if you could share it out, let people know about the channel, encourage people to come to the live streams, encourage people to subscribe to anything, any kind of help. I do very unique content here. I'm covering the big issues, but I cover them in depth. And I cover them in a way that you probably won't hear in a lot of places. I dive down to the root cause issues. I look at things from an immediate need to a long-term solution kind of need. And ask anybody who's been around here. That's what I do here, and I've been doing it for a couple of years now. So any help would be much appreciated, especially right now and this time. I'm streaming 5 days a week, probably a little bit more coming up, but I'm covering all the important topics every day. So I hope you guys, or most days. So I hope you guys will help out and get word out about the channel. It really will help, because YouTube isn't going to help me. And as you can tell, they're not going to push my controversial content out very far at all. So I appreciate it. And yeah, and then on Rumble, when I dual stream, you don't get as much push. Like if I was to shut off YouTube right now, like probably would get a lot more push on Rumble. It's kind of a thing over there. So I accept reality for the way it is. We just want to be winning it. That's all. So you guys if you're here, you're part of the solution, and I'm honored to know you. But anyways, let me get back to this. James, right? So they got organizers in town, and this is what I worried about coming out of the debate when it was eating the cats and dogs narrative went out, right? That they were going to jump on that as a way to turn Haitians into their useful idiots, and they've done it. And they got agitators and rabble rousers and professional organizers there, riling them up, pulling the narrative that you guys, we're here to support you, and this isn't fair what's happening to you. And then they got these fake bomb threats coming in from overseas. They're pulling out all the stops, man. I saw it winding up. It was bugging the hell out of me. As Shelly, I was talking about it a lot as soon as it happened. I was like, I wish we hadn't brought that up. I mean, it did do some good, but I'm like, every time you do something like that, the establishment knows how to counter it, and then basically co-opt groups as a result of it, right? We bring up an issue, a group forums, they co-opt it, they turn it against the anti-establishment. They make the group establishment like that, establishment useful idiots. So that's what they're doing with Haitians now, no doubt. They're going to be out there protesting, raising hell, probably committing crimes, being enabled to do so in this small little town that can't handle them. And we got some very bad people down there, obviously organizing them and putting them out, getting them to start doing, American style protests, leftist style protests. And I can only see this getting worse for the town of Springfield, Ohio. We'll keep checking in on James and others there to see how they're doing. And I'll keep you posted on the goings on. But it looks like the establishment is activated, and they are there ready to co-opt these Haitians and turn them into useful idiots for their optics and their agenda, for their agenda. So there you have that. Okay. Real quick, I got another invasion epidemic report here, and then we're going to move on to the DNC / Kamala Harris / establishment lies that are going on. The most recent lies and some of the most recent debunkings. I got a little bit of Rig Watch. The Rig Watch is on. I know it's a hard thing to say, but Rig Watch is on. So I'm going to be bringing you everything I can find about any attempts to rig the election that I possibly can, any kind of gaming of the system, any kind of dirty dealings. We have to be vigilant, and we have to report it as we see it anywhere. If you happen to see it, we need to report it. All right. So we got to do our parts. We got to do our parts. Now's the time to be active and to resist, to foil their plans as best possible. All right. So we're going to take a look at Cass Jordan in New York City and see what's going on there right now, where New York City has released entire migrant gangs from prison. How about that? Let's see what that looks like here.
Suspects in custody. Police say both suspects are migrants, and one was recently released from jail in June.
When that case was adjudicated, his next step should have been in a bus or a plane and removed from our city.
So New York has controversially been releasing dangerous criminals who, after they get released, then go on to commit more crime. And while proponents say sanctuary city status makes New York an immigrant-friendly destination, which a small number of bad actors could be using to their advantage, critics say that, combined with our laws that let criminals walk free, are why these streets just get more and more dangerous every single day.
A group of migrants found squatting inside an apartment in the Bronx were arrested on gun charges, but then some were subsequently released without bail.
Authorities say they were part of a heavily armed group of migrants. 6 were set free by a judge, while the other 2 were being held due to prior arrests. But some of those 6, they also had prior arrests.
Tonight, the new warning from law enforcement that among the record number of migrants that have crossed into the U.S. are members of a Venezuelan street gang. NBC News learning there are more than 100 Homeland Security investigations involving suspected members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
You're arresting these people, but obviously it's not preventing them from committing more crimes.
I am clear that we need to look at our laws that allow a person not to be turned over to ICE after they serve their time for a violent felon.
You told them to come here, Adam. Let's like everybody, we're not gonna let none of the Democrats off the hook who were saying they had sanctuary cities, and they were saying, come on in.
Now, not only were there guns in this home behind me, all of these illegal activities happened right across the street from a school.
Real quick, Gundam, I haven't seen you around. Have you been a follower for a while? If so, good to meet you. I'm glad you made a live stream. Yeah, I made him do it. I gave him the wrench. I made him do it. I needed a mod over there, and Jacob holds down Rumble like you wouldn't believe. He's already over there. I keep saying wouldn't believe. God, I gotta stop that. All right. He's the best. All right. Jacob's my boy. There we go.
So the asylum seekers arrested for attacking police earlier this year keep getting arrested. But what nobody's talking about is that being a sanctuary city, that's one thing. It's another thing to allow people to commit heinous acts over and over again and never punish them for it. And critics say this is why our city isn't just a sanctuary for immigrants, it's also a sanctuary for criminals. Now, over 200,000 people have come through New York seeking asylum, and although the vast majority have not become lawless repeat offenders intent on destroying society for their own benefit, there are some, a small minority, that have figured out New York is the perfect place to live a lawless life. Because if they get arrested and face a judge, the judge will likely feel bad for them because they weren't handed a silver spoon at birth and let them go. Plus, in New York, people commit all kinds of crime that they never get sent to jail for. Like shoplifting, for example, as stealing under $1,000 won't get anyone sent to jail, even if it's their 5th or 6th offense. And that brings us to the real reason why New York has a problem with rising crime, because although it's definitely a bad idea to put the wrong person in jail for a crime they never committed, our city is so concerned about wrongful justice, it isn't putting people in jail for the crimes they do commit. And when dangerous individuals, some of whom have ties to violent gangs and a secret past living as criminals elsewhere in the world, come here, they find a justice system totally unprepared for their plans of preying upon the innocent. And while many of our progressive lawmakers want to see people get second chances and reform their ways, critics say that's not something these criminals have any intention of doing. So as you're about to see, New York City is caught between a rock and a hard place when it comes to crime, because we've got this idea that the bad people out there doing bad things, they're not actually bad people. No, they're great people who've just temporarily lost their way and just need one more second chance. But critics say we're giving people so many second chances that they're not actually learning any lessons here, which is why they keep wandering our streets, terrorizing our city.
And this the guy with the chain told this guy to attack me with the bike tire. He attacked me with the bike tire and ran away from the NYPD, and he got in my face today when I asked for police escort to be able to film safely a football field away.
So the man in this video, his name is Daniel Hernandez, and 1 year ago he was arrested for the 6th time for committing 14 crimes in just 2 months, his first 2 months in New York. And apparently this individual is still in New York a year later and has not yet been deported, which is surprising to many because the things he did to wind himself up in the back of a police car are shocking. He was arrested twice for shoplifting, released each time, then arrested again for criminal possession of a weapon while shoplifting and released. Then he was arrested for assault. Those charges were dropped. Then he was arrested for stealing bicycles in Times Square, also released. And he was also arrested for assaulting the police while being treated for free at Beth Israel Hospital. But here's where things get bad, because a year ago, ICE requested that New York City detain this person so that they could come get him off our streets for good. And you know what? New York City refused. Instead, they released him again, and he went on to commit even more crimes until he was rearrested by the police and now remains finally in New York City custody. And would you like another reason for why treating dangerous criminals this way is a huge problem?
Among the record number of migrants that have crossed into the U.S. are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Well, what do you know?
NBC News learning there are more than 100 Homeland Security investigations involving suspected members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
So the problem is that many of the people that are now coming here and are getting second chances, they've already had second chances offered to them by other governments in other parts of the world. Yet now they're here in New York because it's a sanctuary city that's going to protect them from federal immigration authorities. And they get here by claiming to be asylum seekers who are fleeing poverty and persecution so they can get placed in one of the city's shelters, where they'll have access to health care and other necessities like food and clothing because of our generous humanitarian safety net. But unlike the majority of asylum seekers who are here seeking a better life, these gang members, they don't want a better life. Well, that's not true. They do want a better life, but their definition of better means a place where they can commit more crimes that they can get away with. And as it turns out, our justice system is dead set on giving these individuals unlimited second chances, which is exactly what happened in the case with this man right here, who was arrested after attacking police in Times Square and has just been rearrested for shoplifting. And shockingly, he was arrested for stealing $1,300 worth of cosmetics. Now, what does a guy like this need $1,300 worth of expensive New York City cosmetics for? Well, I'll tell you what, he can resell them at half price and still turn a profit, which makes him part of New York's $4.4 billion shoplifting economy. But you know what?
Okay, and that also means that people in New York City are enabling it. They're enabling it. They're looking for, you know, maybe that's because of the prices are so high and, you know, it's the inflation. So again, we're seeing how inflation and immigration immigration invasion, okay, are married. You know, again, like they're you know, the establishment, you know, they're gonna lie through their teeth about everything. They're gonna lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. But we see by just putting these stories together, right, piecing everything together one at a time, we see everything that we opened up the stream with Trump talking about is absolutely 100% proven and true. We're literally proving everything he said in that press conference right now. In the last 3 to 4 videos, we're doing it. And it's like, we'll continue to do it because he's speaking the truth. And that's, you know, the fact that so many people have bananas in their ears and won't listen to what's going on, and are just completely mind controlled by the establishment narrative. Information-based mind control is weird. Am I muted? Check. Nope. Okay. Information-based mind control is real, right? They'll never know. And that's why we have to start having, like Vivek says, we have to start having conversations with people that are uncomfortable sometimes and realize that it doesn't matter if people are going to run away or have an impression of us of that, you know, that is undesirable. I mean, when it comes to your job and whatnot, I understand, like, protect it, but individuals, if you can have the conversation and it's safe to do it, and, you know, we don't need their validation. What we need is to shake them out of the trance that they're in somehow, some way, and, you know, one at a time, one person at a time. I know for a long time, we don't want to deal with that kind of stuff. A lot of us have been through a lot because of it, a rejection. You know, we've lost long-term friends. We don't talk to certain family members anymore. I know people have different circumstances wherever they are, but now is the time, like with just, you know, in the final stretch here, let it all hang out, leave it all on the field. You know, throughout my time together with you guys, I would never ask you to become activists. Like, even though that's where my background came from, online activism, Ron Paul revolution, defending patriots against conspiracy grifts, the whole 9 yards. I mean, that's what I've been doing. That's what led me to this place right here, right now. That's what gave me all this information to give to you guys. That's what helped me form the clear perception of reality that I try to convey to others. You know, you don't have to agree with everything I say, but let's just agree that we're on the same side and we need to do something about this now, because this election, this is just step one. All right. The next thing we have to worry about is the monster at the gate, Agenda 2030, the UN and WEF. That's our next big fight. And if we don't have our guy in the White House, we don't have people, his team, starting to remove the corruption and the enablement of it, you know, that's the fight against the big bad monster is going to be even tougher, if not impossible. So do a little bit more, get a little bit more uncomfortable, get out there, get in the comments, talk with people, have discussions. I mean, just till November, do it till then, and then we'll take it from there. But right now, we really have to just crush their narrative, crush their lies, use the information that I'm showing you. You don't have to even use my stream. You could use just the videos themselves. The titles are always right there at the top, right? You can find the videos I'm talking about. You could ask me for them. I'll throw the links to them. I'll give them to you like anytime you want. So, all right, let's do it. So thank you guys, and really consider it, man. Everybody's help is needed at this point.
This was his 7th shoplifting arrest. That's crazy. And in what world does releasing a person 7 times for doing the same thing teach them any lesson? This is the question many are asking when they see how long someone's rap sheet is after realizing that person still has their freedom. But even though New York City has been sympathizing with and protecting its criminals for years now, the recent asylum crisis has many people starting to wonder if that's still a good idea, as if it ever was in the first place.
The NYPD's Assistant Chief Jason Savino tells us they often know very little about the gang members.
I've heard it referred to almost as a ghost criminal. Everything about that individual could potentially be misrepresented.
And why does that make them?
Now, everyone knows that New York very proud of its sanctuary city status. For years, this was looked at as a badge of honor, a symbol of resistance to an immigration system many of our leaders here feel is unjust and doesn't have the best interests of the country in mind. However, this is now a big problem because there are some facts about world events and U.S. immigration that fly in the face of New York's sanctuary city prominence. First of all, Venezuela is a communist country experiencing experiencing mass poverty with hundreds of thousands of its citizens fleeing. Second, the U.S. has granted temporary protected status to many Venezuelans, which is a special status that allows them to remain in America without fear of deportation and makes them eligible for work authorization. There's debate on how much this humanitarian designation makes New York a magnet for immigration from Venezuela in particular, but the real problem is that Venezuela and the U.S., we are not friends. Their government doesn't share any information with our government about its citizens. So when people want to come into the country, our government kind of has to figure out from scratch if these people are going to come here and try to pursue the American dream or pursue lives of crime. And the problem,
not friends, right? We're not friends with that country. So what's Trump saying? What is he saying? They're emptying out their prisons. They're emptying out their insane asylums. They're sending the worst over here, right? That's what a communist enemy would do to hurt its enemy, right? That's what a communist country would do to hurt its enemy, right? It would send in ticking time bombs. Yeah. I mean, it works out really great for them, doesn't it? They don't have to take care of them anymore. Crime goes down. They look like the heroes in their country. Meanwhile, their enemy gets hit with gets hit with it. Right. It's like sending in an invading army and like with this, it's a different kind of soft attack by a communist country. Think about that. So when he's talking about, I mean, he's not always able to articulate things, in a concise manner. He's got a lot of information like me. I'm kind of in the same boat. I got a lot of information I'm trying to get out of my head. I'm trying to keep people's attention. I'm trying to keep them here so they'll get the full breadth of the information. Sometimes they go a little fast, and I know I'm trying to work on slowing down. I've always been kind of a fast talker though. So it's a real struggle for me to slow down and kind of piece things together. I get excited, right? I'm passionate about these things. So I understand where Trump's coming from, but you can see in each one of these pieces we're going over how everything he's saying is being proven, right? It makes sense. Just from what Cash was saying, it makes sense that this country that we're not friends with, right? We probably got a lot of things going on we don't even know about between our countries, those two countries, Venezuela and ourselves, right? And for them just to unleash a subversive weapon like this, consider it an attack. I consider it an attack. Of course, our government thinks it's great because then they can use that attack to come after the rest of us because it's always been the establishment against the rest of us. That's always what it's been. If you're awake, aware, and resisting, you are part of the anti-establishment. You are, we're part of the last groups of Americans that are actually going to make a stand and try to change things up. I mean, and if you need it put any clearer than I can possibly do it, let's just listen to this.
You have people that are now realizing that, listen, this is not a left versus right thing anymore. Okay, this is not a Democrat versus Republican thing anymore. This is establishment versus anti-establishment.
And the key truth is this: Kamala Harris is the establishment. Kamala Harris is the ultimate DC insider. Kamala Harris is the swamp.
Yep. And that's what we got to fight here. So we can fight the bigger battle coming at us from the globalist establishment that sits on top of this corrupt U.S. establishment.
problem is the criminals that do make it in, these are folks our justice system has no way of dealing with, because all it's managed to do is just release these people and create a revolving door system that keeps them out on the streets, and that is a big problem. This right here is the Stewart Hotel, one of the city's shelters for asylum seekers. And there are many ways world affairs supersede what New York City might want as far as national immigration policy that it tries to have happen right here with its sanctuary city policies. But now many people, including our mayor, are speaking up about the disaster this legal form of activism is creating here in New York. Yet our lawmakers who could legislate something that fixes all of this don't seem to care.
NYPD Chief of Patrol John Schell says New York's sanctuary city law should be amended to allow the NYPD to collaborate with ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, when a migrant is convicted of a violent crime.
Most of them are here for the American dream, but there's a small portion that are not. We don't care what your status.
So that was New York City's Chief of Patrol, and he's got firsthand experience dealing with these violent criminals who now benefit from legal protection, as our city does not allow the police to tell federal immigration authorities when they've got people like this in custody. Which is exactly what happened a few months ago when dangerous squatters who were part of a gang took over an apartment in the Bronx. The landlord had lost so much rent from these people that he was afraid he would lose his property. Not only that, they were terrorizing the neighborhood with weapons. And not only were these violent gang members, they were wanted by ICE, who did come into the city and get them off the streets eventually. But you know how they did it? They had to wait until these people were arrested by the New York City Police Department. They saw the news reports, and then they decided, you know what, maybe these criminals will return to the scene of the crime. And they did. And when they went back to that house after being released by a sympathetic judge in New York to set up shop and presumably continue their ways, ICE was there and they made an arrest. And this story has a lot of people alarmed, because if that's what it takes to get dangerous criminals off our streets, if the people with the real power to stop them have to watch the news like the rest of us to figure out the best time to come up with a plan and come get these people, we're not really living in a safe city, are we?
Well, what happens then? Because you're arresting these people, but obviously it's not preventing them from committing more crimes.
I am clear that we need to look at our laws that allow a person not to be turned over to ICE after they turn into...
Wow, did you hear that? Our mayor, who may not have written our sanctuary laws, may have inherited them, may have favored them at one point, he's singing a very different tune on this whole issue now. In fact...
Right, this is that's the mayor that got convicted today. That's the mayor that got convicted. So yeah, he start, you start living it, and he had his eyes open, right? And it seems like he's turning over a new leaf, but his past crimes are going to catch up with him now, because indicted, not convicted, but he's singing the establishment's like, you're not playing ball anymore, fine, we're going to come after you. We got the blackmail, we got everything, we know everything, right? Memento mori says the laws don't need amending, they need to be enforced. Absolutely. I feel for the officers. I bet they're feeling frustrated beyond belief and deflated in their efforts. Heidi says, yeah, absolutely. Federal laws, he meant. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
These are the views he's had for the majority of his tenure as mayor, as he's watched this crisis take over in a way that none of the people who've passed recent laws that may have led to this ever thought was going to happen. And one of the big problems the mayor and the chief of police have identified is that the city does not honor what are called ICE detainer requests, which means when the city arrests John Smith, and John Smith is wanted by federal immigration authorities, ICE will contact the NYPD and say, hey, hang on to this guy so we can come get him. But the NYPD is prohibited from doing that. Oftentimes, these people get released, especially if they're arrested on something that's not jailable, and then they can go back to wherever it is they are residing.
The great justice system in New York City with that clown weirdo judge that's coming down on Trump right now. Those are the people. Nice still frame there.
Sadly means that we would be stuck with many of these criminals forever if people at ICE didn't take matters into their own hands and come pick them up, even though the city itself has been trying to hold on to them. And remember how Venezuelan gang members have been sneaking into America? Well, there have been reports that these gang members have been openly recruiting new members among the city's asylum seeker population inside the very shelters where many of these people are living. Which means not only has the criminal underworld discovered a vulnerability in America that they can exploit, they're exploiting it at a rate that nobody in New York ever expected would take place. But the problem is, as much as our mayor and other leaders have realized we've got a combination of laws here that are leading us off a cliff, there's nothing the mayor can do to change any of it, because it's the law. And
Trump was just talking about him tonight on the way out of the press conference.
Doesn't write the law.
You look at these locations, you have been 3,000 to 4,000 people located in a small area that they cannot do anything but sit around all day. That's a recipe for disaster. I've been saying that for over 2 years now.
Right. So even though it's no secret that we're now seeing rising levels of violence in some of our shelters, in particular that Randall's Island tent shelter facility, nothing is being done about it, because it's up to our lawmakers to pass new laws to replace the old ones. But that doesn't seem like something they're interested in doing. And the real shame here is the violence taking place in our shelters is a byproduct of our laws. Laws which release the bad guys over and over again when they do something wrong, and then they go back to those very same shelters. And now maybe living inside of them with weapons, intimidating the other people who are there looking for legitimate help. Now, as the mayor points out, our environments inside of these shelter facilities, where you've got thousands of people all sleeping on beds next to each other like a big open room congregate setting, they're not exactly helping things. Yet those facilities exist because of New York's right to shelter mandate, which goes back to the 1980s and was initially created to house homeless New Yorkers. But here's the thing, since New York City wants to be a sanctuary city, everyone here is now automatically classified as a New Yorker, simply by virtue of waking up one day and finding yourself in New York City. Now that right to shelter mandate applies to you, which does keep families and children from sleeping on the street and does help some people. But the problem is you're combining sanctuary city status with a right to shelter that now applies to the entire world for an unlimited period of time. And we've got laws that do not protect the innocent from criminals who come in here and exploit them. That's the real issue that we've got, because we haven't been able to stop the bad guys from coming in here and doing bad things. And for some reason, there's no rule in New York that if you commit violent crime, you don't somehow forfeit your right to shelter. There's no consequence of your behavior tied to that right.
I can't stop buses coming in. Federal law doesn't allow me to do that. City law tells me I have to feed 3 meals a day, house them, educate 40,000 children. City law also states that I cannot have them removed when they commit a crime. I can't break the law to fulfill the law. We need to look at these laws.
So as much as Mayor Adams is definitely New York City's figurehead, and as much as he does end up taking the blame for this crisis, he's fighting against it as best he possibly can, given the limited resources he actually has. And now the mayor is between a rock and a hard place, because he can't just roll back laws that were passed before he became mayor. He has to obey them. And some people say, oh, we wish a mayor like Rudy Giuliani would come back and save New York. But how effective would he really be in a city that has laws that mandate the release of dangerous criminals, that do not allow judges to look at a criminal's past history to decide how dangerous they are when they decide to ask for bail? But as far as right to shelter is concerned, the city does have a few wins in its corner as far as limiting the amount of people that it has to care for and the amount of time that it has to care for them. For example, shelter stays are already limited to 30 days for single adults, and this has recently been expanded to include 60-day limitations for families. Now, any evictions under the 60-day plan won't begin until October 1st, but there are now some who say that this could finally be the drawing down of our expensive, large asylum crisis that has continued for almost 2 years at this point. But the real problem is that's not going to get rid of our crime problem, because all the laws that release crooks are still going to exist, and this will still be a sanctuary city at the end of the day that does not cooperate with the federal government. Is that the issue that New York City has? How would you change our laws to get the bad guys off the street? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Thank you, Cash. Good stuff. All right. Wow. So I'm listening to this stuff. I'm feeling really good about all the information, the way it's lined up, how it's coming out. I'm thinking, man, it's just a shame it's not reaching more people. So I've decided I'm definitely going to be doing a day after kind of morning show on Wednesdays and Fridays. So that's going to happen. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to buckle down. I'm going to double down. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to double down. And I understand that a lot of you that come to the night shows, work during the days, you won't be able to be there. Wolfram, I know you work. A lot of you guys help out so much with the channel. I certainly wouldn't expect you to come to those streams as well, but if you can make it, that's cool. It'll probably be like from 9 to 11, like a 2-hour kind of bullet stream where I kind of maybe recap whatever I've been over the night before. Or I just want more people to see this. I got to do something to get the reach out. I mean, I got to do something. I got to do something. If it's worth a shot. I mean, I just don't, I could make videos, but I just don't know that I can do it like that. I feel like there's kind of videos that go out there. You need to kind of have a moving face and whatnot in it. I don't have that for you. But if I can put this information out twice in reach 2 different audiences, reach more people, that's what's got to happen. More people need to see this stuff. Not enough people out there are aware of it. I'm sure maybe for some of you, you've seen this before. Maybe you haven't. Maybe it's new to you. Maybe you come here knowing that I'm going to bring it to you, and that's what you're relying on me to bring this information, which is great because I want to do it and I will do it. But I got to do something else. So I don't know. I'll try to kick it off tomorrow if I can get everything together. But man, this stuff is just so important, and I just think people need to see it now more than ever. Hey, man, I understand, Wolfram. You do so much, dude. I appreciate you so much. You don't even know. You don't even know, man. And like this, have to sit here and listen to me that much. I feel for you, man. But anyways, I think a lot of it is I just want to go back over the material again, and maybe I can become more concise with it. I don't know. But I think I know that a lot of people won't get to see this. Like, we're looking at about 51 views right now for this evening at a 2-hour stream, which I get. At nighttime, you're competing with a lot of different people. There's the hurricane going on. There's people that just want to be entertained. Maybe in the morning, they're a little bit more open to this kind of information. I went by Shitty's stream this morning. I was really inspired. I really don't catch his stream because it's so damn early. I don't know how he gets up that early, but he does it. But I woke up early, and so I went in there and checked it out. And Shizzy and I have been friends for a long time now, and whatnot. And I'm really impressed with it. It was good. He was very concise. He has to just cut off at a certain time and go to work, and that's what he does. And I'll have to do the same thing, right? And actually, just listening to his show and being active in the chat, and then I went right to work after that too, and got a lot of work done today. I'm a contractor. I work my own hours. I work when I want to. But I was making some seriously good work today, and it was earlier in the day. So I was like, if that works out where I can just, maybe rerun some of the stuff from the night before, I wouldn't have to collect that much more stuff. I mean, I would probably supplement the press conferences and the town halls and stuff in the morning with like current news. Like, what's the breaking news? What's the earliest news in the cycle? Something like that. I don't know. We'll see. I probably need to do a little bit more thinking about that part, but just to kind of run back over some stuff. So, I mean, it would be stuff you guys saw, but the support would be great to try to get more people in there I haven't met yet to run over this kind of information with me. And then maybe I can bring them to the night streams. Maybe I can bring them to the other streams we do, and build the channel up that way, build the community up that way. So, yeah, just something's going through my head, but I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm asking these guys to go out there and get a little bit more involved. What can I do? I've always done this. I've always gone out and spread information and try to make people aware and give them the research so they can consider what they can do to help the world, whether they're on the right side or not, or whatever it is, and they can make that decision. And I have to put my money where my mouth is. So for the next, at least for the, till the election, I need to double down. And so I'm going to that's probably going to happen. I feel like that's what I got to do. All right. So enough about that. FYI, breaking news: Winning goes insane and decides to do even more streaming. Okay. Let me just say,
I'm not going to be running. The party is, as you know.
Okay. So we got that. Let's get into the DNC / Kamala Harris / establishment lies that are floating around here today. Some of these things I'm not going to bring up on screen. I'm just going to talk about, and then I will get into some of the things that are out there. I think, let me see how I want to do this right here. Let's do it like this. Let's go to X real quick. Let's jump off YouTube and go over to X, go over to my page. There. Now, my big challenge is going to be getting my kid to go to bed earlier. There you go. But I'm going to do it. He's going to do it for the cause too, y'all. You know what? Let's just start out with this right here. This is probably the most common sense meme out there. I mean, it's not even a meme. It's just a statement. It's an infograph, if you will. They held power for 12 out of the last 16 years, which is like, God. Ugh. Yeah, they still blame Trump for everything wrong with the U.S. while claiming they know how to fix it. Right? That says everything, doesn't it? That says everything. I can't believe I didn't heart that. There you go. Midwestern badass. Punchy needs to follow me back. I followed him a minute ago. All right, we did that. So let's scroll down here to Tatum and watch this real quick. This is a quick blip here. So yeah, Kamala's failure on the MSNBC interview is only apparent to our side. I just want to point that out. But here's some quick highlights of her failure.
Expanding that child tax credit, or
well, I know everybody's been over this already, like Joe and everybody else. So that's why I'm doing the quick hit. So there you go.
expanding that child tax credit, or you mentioned housing before, giving that extra money for a first home. If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP takes control of the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes, and we're going to have to raise We're going to have to make sure that the biggest corporations and billionaires pay their fair share.
She's just nodding her head back and forth. Like, you see how that, like, she's signaling. Watch.
And
see, she's nodding her head. No, no, no. Right. That means she's not going to really do it. Right. And this whole fair share bullshit, that whole communist talking point, fair share, fair share, fair share. Right. Well, it's fair and they need to share. Right. So, you know, it's hitting all those virtuous words in your head two back to back. It's freaking mind control, man. Like, this is how they box people into the narrative. Well, they need to pay their, and I'll hear some idiot down the street going, well, they need to pay their fair share. They should just pay the fair share. So that is like, they're saying they're not paying their fair share now. They're not paying their fair share. Right. But meanwhile, you're spending all of our money on illegals in our country and giving them tens of thousands of dollars in EBT, right? Tens of that. Now you want to give them homes. You want to build government housing on our dime and put them in there in red cities, so they can turn them blue. I mean, everything is a scam, dude. Everything's a scam. And just the more you see it, the more you can't unsee it. But just watch the way she lies and uses this psychology on people, you know, this psyop, this psychological warfare on people. It's right in your faces, guys. It's right in your faces. You show people this and explain them like, this is hear the words fair and share. These are driving archetypes in your mind, right? They're pulling up the archetypes, the words. I say it, fair, you see it. Share, you see it. You better share. You should share. You've been learning how to be fair and share since you were a kid. You just wish everybody else would be fair and share to you, right? And it's like, you know, because that's what makes everybody get along. That's what makes the world a better place. And then they put these things together and they weaponize the language. Control of language, man. It's a root cause issue.
Billionaires pay their fair share. That's just it.
That's just it. They just need to learn how to play nice. They need to learn how to be fair and to share.
About paying their fair share.
She keeps saying it over and over again. You know, the one thing for everything that she can do, she knows how to run a psychological warfare script, man. She knows how to subvert people. Like, that's what she's really good at. She's not good at anything else. She's good at subverting people.
Expanding that.
That's what that's all about. And there's Wednesday Addams right there giving her the interview. I don't know where the hell, who gave her that outfit. It's just crazy. All right. All right. And then another lie that they're telling you right now, telling everybody else right now, is they're saying that Trump supporters are being paid to go to the rallies and that they're leaving in 10 minutes. So this is what's called like a counter narrative lie, right? And what that means is as Joe went live early tonight. Okay. Well, we still got time. I still got more to do tonight. So, you know, I'll send everybody over there after I'm done, but because he's going to go to like 2 or 3 in the morning. But I got to get through this information with you guys, man. It's a Thursday night show. We got to do it. And that's another thing too. If I don't get through all the information, I may be able to do it on a morning show. So that maybe that's the way I break it up, and I'll just do a recap of the night before. I promise I'm going to make it so it's as fresh as possible, but I still want to get this information out to a broader audience. So I got to do it. We'll figure it out. We'll do it together. We'll get it done. All right. So, yeah, like, okay. So that's a counter lie. They're lying to counter a truth that we've uncovered about the Kamala Harris rallies and the Kamala Harris things. I don't think in every case that's the case. I think when she first started out, it was. I think the Wisconsin rally she did was probably legitimate. I mean, there probably are that many Democrats there that want to see the corrupt establishment rule over them, but early on, these staged events at highly biased stores and restaurants, we know that they staged the Biden stuff too. We know that there are people that were being paid. They're always paid to protest. I mean, it kind of works the narrative in. We know that they hand selected RSVP people to certain rallies. I mean, we know that they've sent people in buses in there. We don't know if they're busing them from the Democratic headquarters or just like, they tell them to all to meet at the Walmart parking lot or something. I don't know. It didn't matter, right? But what matters is they're coming out and telling blatant lies. Like, I've been to 2 Trump rallies and nobody's ever paid me to be there or anybody else that was there, and nobody left. right? You don't wait hours to get into a place just to leave 10 minutes in. That's ridiculous. So they're blatantly lying to show how desperate they are. If you go out on X, you'll see it. I could probably click over to the home tab, right? I can probably click over to the home button right here, and I'll see a bunch of posts just like that. I mean, they're lying and lying and lying and lying. Their side doesn't care. The ends justify the means. That's the way they think. Let's see. As well as this morning, you know where I am, right? Yeah, no, you're in there early, Heidi. You're in there early, man, making it work, making it happen. Yeah, I wouldn't go up against Shizzy. I would probably just go after him. But you know, I think that worked out really good. Like I could have done a 2-hour stream this morning and then gotten to work too. So I probably would wake up a little bit later than you know, and then get ready for the stream. Probably jump into Shizzy, say hello. You know, but I'd only do it like 2 days a week. I think he does like every day of the week. So the guy's a machine. I guess he's a Shizzy machine. But yeah, you know, that's one of the things you're going to see out there. People are going to be trying to run that into the ground to say, yeah, you guys are just trying to, they just made that up after we uncovered the fact that they were actually busting in or paying Kamala people and staging events at stores and restaurants. It's so fake. It's smoke and mirrors. They're deep faking support, man. And like I said, they're going to have support in some places that it's going to look big, right? They're like, Trump never had rallies like this. The hell if he hadn't. And he's been doing it since 2016. 2016. You know, not just the last couple months. 2016. He's been having rallies like that. This is his third run as president. Think about that, right? So during election season, he has those massive rallies. And they are massive. And I've been to them. And it takes a long time to get into them. And people there are having a good time. They're friendly. They're great. I've seen I saw the Air Force One land right on the runway behind them, and it was amazing. Me and my son were there. It was awesome. Scot-free freedom. Straight out of Canada, y'all. What's up, man? Everybody say hello to Scot-free freedom. Awesome to see you back here, my friend. Like you still got your rinse, man. We missed you. So happy that you're here. Awesome to see you, my friend. Awesome. You guys make sure you check out Scott. Scott is back. He is streaming again. If you want to know what's going on in Canada, you want to talk to people in Canada, him and Kotab are up there. Coda, you guys call him Kotab? I always call him Kotab. You guys just say Coda now? Both of those guys are back together. They're streaming and they're doing some good work over there, man. And I like to stop in there every now and then, hang out with them too. So everybody, Scot-free freedom, y'all. Scot-free freedom. There he is. All right, let's run it down. So actually last night on Joe brought up this great, as we were watching this right here, there's also this other part in the interview where she's like, well, you know, Trump had an economy that, you know, people, you couldn't answer whether or not it was better under you or under him. But, you know, Trump had a good economy. She goes, well, you know, pre-pandemic, she goes, no, actually pre-pandemic, it wasn't bad. It was still bad. It wasn't good. Right. So Joe pulled this up last night and I thought it was really good. So I went and made this post here and put it out. Let's watch this. This is one of his old videos. This is Trump's State of the Union address pre-pandemic. Let's do it like this. Oh, I have to go over to the, okay. I didn't actually screen record it. Let me just pull this down. And we'll go right here. He labeled it, why does Nancy Pelosi hate Trump? Why does Nancy hate America? That's what it is. Okay. We know why she hates Trump. But anyways, a classic from Good Logic here. Good Logic. Speed it up.
I am thrilled to report to you tonight that our economy is the best it has ever been. Our military is completely rebuilt, with its power being unmatched anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. Our borders are secure. Our families are flourishing. Our values are renewed.
She can't stand it.
Look at this. Is restored. And for all of these reasons, I say to the people of our great country and to the members of Congress, the state of our union is stronger than ever before.
That's right. What a bitch, man. He edited it so every time Trump speaks, he says something, Nancy stands up and rips up the paper. It's kind of funny. But just looking at her pisses me off.
Relentlessly pro
and that guy.
pro-family, pro-growth,
Hence
and
the
most of all, pro-American.
What a bitch. What a
The
bitch.
unemployment rate is the lowest in over
Look at
half
that.
a century.
Look at that. I mean, that is, if you look it up in the dictionary, resting bitch face, there it is. There it is. Not waffle.
The unemployment rate for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and
Look at her
Asian
blinking.
Americans has reached the lowest levels in history. African American youth unemployment has reached
If Pence had a set of balls, he would have smacked her in the head. Some respect.
an all-time low. African American poverty has declined to the lowest rate ever recorded. The unemployment rate for women reached the lowest level in almost 70 years, and last year women filled 72% of all new jobs added. Under my administration, 7 million Americans have come off food
This is
stamps
funny.
and 10 million people have been lifted off of welfare. Jobs and investments are pouring into 9,000 previously neglected neighborhoods thanks to Opportunity Zones, a plan spearheaded by Senator Tim Scott.
Oh, that's a real opportunity economy. Like not a make-believe one like Kamala's coming. I'm going to opportunity economy. Yeah, opportunity to screw the economy is what she wants. He actually put together a real opportunity economy with the opportunity zones. So it's another thing that she's trying to rip off and give her cheap fake version of, right? But she ain't going to do it. She's not going to do it.
Our roaring economy has, for the first time ever, given many former prisoners the ability to get a great job and a fresh start. This second chance at life is made possible because we passed landmark criminal justice reform into law. Everybody said that criminal justice reform couldn't be done, but I got it done, and the people in this room got it done. 6 days ago, I replaced NAFTA and signed the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement into law.
Do you know how many establishment rhino neocons during the false left right paradigm ran on getting rid of NAFTA? It was like all they talked about. They never did it. They never planned on doing it. He got it done. Promises made, promises kept.
The USMCA will create nearly 100,000 new high-paying American auto jobs.
I believe you, Mark.
And massively
Memento.
boost exports
I
for our
believe it.
farmers, ranchers, and factory workers. We are supporting the hopes of Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans to restore democracy. The United States is leading a 59-nation diplomatic coalition against the socialist dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro.
Oh, there's a blast from the past, huh? How's that going? Like that's what Trump had going on, right? That would have gotten done. What happened? What's happened now? Maduro got voted out and he took over, a military coup, right? And then he empties out his prisons across our open borders to come here and soft bomb us with criminals and crime.
We are also getting our allies, finally, to help pay their fair share.
He hates that.
From the Pilgrims to the founders, from the soldiers at Valley Forge to the marchers at Selma, and from President Lincoln to the Reverend Martin Luther King, Americans have always rejected limits on our children's future. Members of Congress, we must never forget that the only victories that matter in Washington are victories that deliver for the American people.
That's right.
But you know, I have some good news for you, because I am pleased to inform you that your long wait is over. I can proudly announce tonight that an Opportunity Scholarship has become available. It's going to you, and you will soon be heading to the school of your choice. To expand equal opportunity, I am also proud that we achieved record and permanent funding for our nation's historically Black colleges and universities.
Permanent.
I've also made an ironclad pledge to American families. We will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. And we will always protect your Medicare, and we will always protect your Social Security, always.
Oh, but he says they say that he doesn't want any of that, and he's not going to do that. But he already did it.
To those watching at home tonight, I want you to know we will never let socialism destroy American healthcare. Whether we are Republican, Democrat, or independent, surely we must all agree that every human life is a sacred gift from God. As we support America's moms and dads, I was recently proud to sign the law providing new parents in the federal workforce paid family leave, serving as a model for the rest of the country.
He hates it.
Before I came into office, if you showed up illegally on our southern border and were arrested, you were simply released and allowed into our country, never to be seen again. My administration has ended catch and release. To protect the environment.
And the Biden-Harris administration put it back in.
Days ago, I announced that the United States will join the 1 Trillion Trees Initiative, an ambitious effort to bring together government and private sector to plant new trees in America and all around the world.
No trees.
3 years ago, the barbarians of ISIS held over 20,000 square miles of territory in Iraq and Syria. Today, the ISIS territorial caliphate has been 100% destroyed, and the founder and leader of ISIS, the bloodthirsty killer known as al-Baghdadi, is dead. Soleimani was the Iranian regime's most ruthless butcher, a monster who murdered or wounded thousands of American service members in Iraq. As the world's top terrorist, Soleimani orchestrated the deaths of countless men, women, and children. He directed the December assault and went on to assault U.S. forces in Iraq, was actively planning new attacks when we hit him very hard. And that's why last month, at my direction, the U.S. military executed a flawless precision strike that killed Soleimani and terminated his evil reign of terror forever. Our message to the terrorists is clear. You will never escape American justice. If you attack our citizens, you forfeit your life.
Period. That's simple. There you go.
Our spirit is still young. The sun is still rising. God's grace is still shining. And my fellow Americans, the best is yet to come. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless. Our spirit is still young. The sun is still rising.
Uh-oh.
God's grace is
What
still
happened there,
shining.
Joe?
And my
All right,
fellow
one more rep
Americans,
and we'll get to the next one.
best is yet to come. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Ripping all the pages up. Yeah.
He hates all of it. Progress sucks to Nancy. Oh, I hope she goes to jail for. She won't, but I hope she goes to jail for that insider trading. I hope he's finally nailing her to the cross so she belongs. Oh man. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back to the playlist here. Let's see where we're at in this. All right. So that okay. So now we are into. Make sure I got it right here. All right. Oh yeah, we got some more lies. Where are we at on time? All right. I posted out on X. This is a long report, so I think I'm going to go ahead and just push this one to another show because it's a little bit longer, and I want to get to the other parts of the show. On my X page, let me bring it back up. Yeah, and here. All right. Okay, back up. All right. So on this page here, as you see in front of you, right here, this post right here, 22 hours ago. You see, man, no matter how many people I add on X, I just don't get the I don't get it. Okay, yeah, and I like my own tweets. I just wanted to get out there. Low character comrade Kamala Harris busted lying about her grandparents. Background check proof. I watched this video by Candace Owens. It's about the report itself is about it's halfway. It's half of the video. So it's about a little bit over half. It's about 20 minutes. But she has the receipt. She went and got birth certificates, compared photographs, and she caught her in a major, major lie. So if I can just highlight one part of this without going in depth about it, you can watch the whole video if you want to on my X channel. You can look it up yourself. I recommend watching it because it's a great bust a move moment. But let me just show you right here. This is the one, right? So she has this picture of her and her supposed grandmother. Well, the problem is that her grandmother died before she was born. So let's just catch a little bit of this.
Wrong here. But you once again see that it lists her birthplace as Saint Anne. And so this is a huge scandal. Just an absolutely huge scandal. Kamala Harris published in her book that she was standing next to her Grandma Beryl. But Grandma Beryl died in 1960, 4 years before Kamala Harris was born. So who the hell is the real Beryl?
Yeah, watch that report and figure it out. She kind of goes through it, and then she pulls up this picture here.
And I obviously know that that was a circumstance. When you're talking about a family that had a ton of plantations, which is the reality. She descends from Irish slavers. That is a fact that Kamala Harris cannot deny. She descends from wealthy Irish slavers who virtually did own the town. They named the town. It was Hamilton Town, and then it was Brownstown in Jamaica. He had over 1,000 slaves, okay? It would follow that there would be help around the house. And I'm just going to put here as a question mark, not as a fact. If they're looking at some of these photos of people who became like family and they're trying to pass them off like relatives. Again, not a fact, a huge question mark. But my instinct tells me that that person is actually not her family member. And if it is, well, Kamala's got some explaining to do.
You've got some explaining to do, Kamala. Again, of course, you won't ever be held accountable to it because she's part of the corrupt establishment. And we have to remove the corruption to get to bad people. And eventually, one day we will. All right, so you can check out the rest of that report on my X page, or you can go look it up. The name of the video is Breaking News: Kamala Harris Lied About Her Black Grandparents by Candace Owens, episode 71. Candace did a good job there. She did a very good job, like we've never seen. All right, let's see. Okay, back to the other stuff, y'all. All right, where are we at in the playlist? Okay, right there. Okay. Okay, another thing I'm going to push to probably Saturday night if I got power is the third part of the Crowder investigation into what's his name? Jay Varmint Karma. Yeah, Jay Varma getting his karma. So I think we're gonna have even more information by then. So it'll be a little bit more in-depth report. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's fired. He's fired. All right. Let's get that. Let's move that out of the way. Let's get this out of the way. Okay, Crowder, we'll circle back to you. All right. So more debunking. This is a great one. I love this one. I wish I had a better version of it though, but I think Tatum. Oh yeah. So I think Tatum deserves a little bit of time tonight. So let's bring in the officer role model leadership in the Black community and for all communities. Brandon Tatum, Black voter debunks Trump is a racist argument. This is a great one. If you haven't seen it yet, you're going to love it.
Self-destructing. When you say the party is self-destructing, what do you see as the biggest problem with the Reform Party right now?
Well, you've got David Duke just joined, a bigot, a racist, a problem. I mean, this is not exactly the people you want in your party.
Do you have a vice presidential candidate in mind?
Well, I really haven't gotten quite there yet.
It's just
Oprah. I love Oprah. Oprah would always be my first choice.
Oh boy, that would have been a mistake, huh? He's way too trusting.
Your competitor, right?
No,
you know what? I'll tell you, she's really a great woman. Though. She is a terrific woman. She's somebody that's very special.
Right.
Excuse me, I'm a Republican. George Bush, he gave us Obama. I'm not a big fan of George Bush. I'm not a fan of Obamacare. I know, Whoopi. We're only going to get Whoopi's vote.
If you did, let me just ask, if you did beat,
and she likes me. She even put me in the movies. She put me in the movies, right? A long time ago. How much did I charge? Nothing.
Like they say in the Godfather.
As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Now, if you still believe Trump is a racist after watching this video, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know if praying for you gonna work. If you send this to your family member that's been crying all weekend, talking about Trump a racist, I'm gonna vote, and they watch this video and they still believe Trump a racist, you gotta let him go, baby. You gotta let him go. Only Christ can save them. This video has to be the most perfect explanation about Trump ain't a racist. Like and subscribe to the channel. Let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen, ladies. When I watch, I think I've been making content for I don't know how long.
This guy, he's gonna show right here. This dude is based, awake, and aware. I'd love to have this guy on the show. When I saw his video, I was like, man, why couldn't I have met him instead of Gary Scam? I mean,
I watched this specific video. I said, this is probably the most succinct and best explanation to the average person that still think Trump is a racist for whatever reason. When you watch this, you got to give it up. You got to let that go. You got to realize that today you have been proven wrong. Today you've learned new information that you haven't learned before. Today it's not just conjecture or somebody saying it. There's video and there's evidence that Donald Trump clearly isn't a racist. And 99% of the stuff that they tell you that he did saying he's a racist is debunked in this video right here. I just want to brief you that it's okay to change your mind after you watch this video. It is okay. You're doing the right thing. Don't be silly your whole life. If you watch this and you get the evidence in your hands now. Shout out to my guy for making this video. I had to give him a shout out. He followed me on social media. We followed each other for a while. Some stuff I like, some stuff I don't like. It's just the way it is, but I do respect this video right here. Roll the clip.
Video the other day asking people when was the moment that they came to the conclusion Donald Trump is racist. A lot of people said the Central Park 5. We'll talk about that in another video. For me personally, it was the very fine people on both sides thing.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
I remember seeing that clip and feeling like, wow, maybe he is racist. And I just happened to come across this video on YouTube. It basically said that the clip was edited and that I should go back and watch the entire clip. So I watched the entire thing. It got to that point where he says very fine people on both sides. I'm like, see, that's exactly, I knew he said that. There's no point in me even continuing to watch this. And then it goes on and it gets to the part where he's like.
And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally.
So he said he wasn't talking about the neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Why would they show me part of the story and make me feel like this? Even in the presidential debate against Joe Biden, he brought up the very fine people thing.
He said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas? We're fine people.
Kamala Harris just brought it up on the recent debate.
Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate.
Yeah. The people that hate Trump. That's Patriot Front. I did a whole stream about those guys. Those people hate Trump. They hate him. They're not part of MAGA. They're not part of the anti-establishment. They're off on their own little fringy off the map Marxist paradigm. They're equivalent to the free Palestine queer Marxists on the left. Like I talked about the Marxist paradigm that it's kind of underneath our own capitalist paradigm here, right? Of what degree of government are you willing to tolerate, left and right? Then they pin. Like we do the same thing. We pin the Free Palestine queer Marxists to the Democrat Party. They pin these Patriot Front Nazi kind of like racist people to they call them the alt-right, right? But they said then they pin them to us and say MAGA extremist alt-right. They pin those guys on us just like we pin the Free Palestine queer Marxists on them. But the truth is like neither one of those groups are voting for anybody this election.
And what did the president then at the time say? there were fine people on each side.
People are still saying it, even though it's been debunked. Snopes just added it in 2024 that was a lie. He supposedly said in 2017. He dropped out of a presidential race because white supremacists joined his same party.
I'm not going to be running. The party is, as you know, self-destructing.
When you say the party is self-destructing, what do you see as the biggest problem with the Reform Party right now?
Well, you've got David Duke just joined, a bigot, a racist, a problem. I mean, this is not exactly the people you want in your party.
Then you find that clip of him with Jesse Jackson.
Beyond that, in terms of reaching out and being inclusive, he's done that too. And created for many people a comfort zone when I ran for the presidency in 84 and 88. And many others thought it was either laughable or something to avoid. He came to our business meeting here in New York because he has this sense of the curious and a will to rest to make things better. And so aside from all of his style and his pizzazz, he's a serious person who's an effective builder of building the build of people. Last year, he was a part of our workshop, of our panel workshop on what are the challenges and opportunities. And so this, a year later, Donald Trump, for a few minutes, challenges and opportunities to embrace the underserved communities. Donald Trump.
That's Jesse Jackson. 1999. I tell y'all about the Rainbow Push Coalition. How is this man a racist? You say it's more. I'm gonna play it. I gotta cut it because I want them to copyright me. But we've seen the beginning part, right? Where they clearly are still lying and making up a lie about Donald Trump saying there's good people on both sides. It's not the fact that they're doing it. It's like, why? Why would they still lie? Because they've been lying to you and pushing this agenda this whole time. Why don't they ever talk about Jesse Jackson and the Push Coalition supporting Donald Trump, shaking his hand all up on his armpit? It's more. Let me play the clip.
Well, it is an honor to be here.
You see the clip with him on The View and him and Whoopi Goldberg. She's saying that they're friends.
I don't think I'm going to get Whoopi's vote.
If you did, let me just ask, if you did be,
and she likes me. She even put me in the movies. She put me in the movies, right? How much did I charge? Nothing.
Like they didn't even
free
Obama though.
People love this guy. Like Oprah saying that he should run for president.
Y'all can't read it on there. It says the letter authentically shows Oprah Winfrey wrote to President Donald Trump 2000 and said, "Too bad we're not running for office. What a team, him and her." True.
You have a vice presidential candidate in mind?
Well, I really haven't gotten quite there yet.
It's just
Oprah. I love Oprah. Oprah would always be my first choice. Oprah, your competitor, right?
Oprah's competitor.
You know what? I'll tell you, she's really a great woman. She is a terrific woman. She's somebody that's very special.
Here's another thing that people don't know. You can't see it because it's so much. Trump takes in Jennifer Hudson and her family. So Jennifer Hudson had a tragic event where family members of hers were murdered brutally. And Trump flew Jennifer Hudson, and this is a small story that, I may not have all the details right. Y'all can go look it up yourself. This is from today's news, but I remember it when it happened. I remember him flying Jennifer Hudson. I think he put her up in the Trump Hotel or something like that for several nights so she can recover from what had happened to her with the murder of her family members in such a brutal way. So Donald Trump reached out to this young woman. He didn't want accolades from it, but he did, and he helped her. She was American Idol at some point, if you guys remember, and she's a black woman. How is this man a racist and he doing stuff like this? And he didn't want no accolades from it. People kind of found out about Donald Trump doing this.
Judge Joe Brown said,
I've talked to a number of black entrepreneurs who back in the late 80s and 90s, early 90s, were trying to get financing. They couldn't. Somebody told them to go check with Donald Trump. So they come back and tell me they got a loan from Donald Trump. He gave them a term loan, show up with the interest in the principal, one check, but they had to go see him personally. They independently relate this tale that when they saw him, he said, "This is what you're supposed to pay me? This is our agreement?" I said, "Yeah." And then forwarded a check up, shook their hands, and congratulations. Now run your business. And this was when? This was back in the 90s.
That's awesome.
Flocka talks about how he showed him how to increase his wealth.
Get a C corp to run an LLC. You want to make it even deeper, go get a trust fund to run a corp that runs the LLC. You want to get even deeper, own two trust funds for your business and your person to run that trust that runs all the business. It can get deep, my God. Absolutely. And Donald Trump actually showed me a method.
People will say that they want truth, but when you try to present them with information that goes against their beliefs of Donald Trump, they act like this.
He's condemned white supremacy over 20 times.
Oh, yes. Could you tell me when?
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like to see a video of a montage of 20 times that he's done it?
Oh, actually, no. I'm more interested in walking up in...
But how are we going to learn if we don't challenge our ideas? I mean, you just made a statement that is actually inaccurate. I can show you video evidence of why it is. I mean, would you like to see that?
No, thank you.
He's condemned white supremacy and the KKK over 20 times.
That's the mind control working.
20 times?
Yeah.
Do you have them right here? Can I listen to it?
Absolutely, you can. Let me pull it up for you right now.
All right.
By the way, I'm James. How's your day going, man?
It'd be a lot better if you guys were masks.
We can socially distance.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Wait. You don't want to see the examples? I have 20 examples right
Oh,
here.
look, he came up with fight or flight. See, right there in front of your face. That's how it works, right? He's in denial. His belief system gets challenged. He starts to get angry. He finds a reason to fly away because he's not going to be able to fight the video. He knows he's going to see something that's going to completely destroy his belief system. That's what I've been talking about. That's how subversion works on people. Once they are subverted, they're in that that stages of grief, stages of belief mindset where they're locked into a false belief system. And when it's challenged, the denial reflex comes out. When they run out of talking points, the next stage, denial, anger, right? So anger. So then at anger, they're either going to fight or they're going to fly. Either it's going to start with the ad hominem attacks, or he's going to find an excuse to run away like a little bitch. And that's what that guy did.
It's just like Yuri said.
Exposure to true information.
And there's the guy I learned it from right there. And this dude's talking about Yuri. You know what? I love it when they bring up Yuri. I love it. I mean, he's the real red pill. Like when you understand what he's talking about, when you really get it, right? You can't unsee it. And it's everywhere, dude. This guy's information from way back in the 80s is so important. I did an entire stream. I've done 2 streams. I've done many streams on Yuri, right? But I've done a recent one called The Ultimate Guide to Ideological Subversion with Yuri Bezmenov. But my first series, I almost forgot the name of it now. Valley of the Shadows, because I was like, I couldn't reach anybody. It was like Nacho Kitty and a few other people on my chat, and that was it. And I started showing Yuri stuff, man, and everybody loved it. I talked about the old days and I talked about stuff. I started talking about ideological subversion and how we live in an optimized, reoccurring generational version of that now. It's not about normalizing with tanks. It's about normalizing with policies and slowly closing in the walls of the prison, right? Sealing off any escape, sealing off the ceiling so you can't climb over the wall. That's the modern version of what he teaches right here. But if you want to learn about this, if you have not seen the Yuri Bezmenov material, it's must-see material. You can go to my Rumble page, go to playlists, and go to critical, I said it a little while ago, critical information streams. It's in that playlist, or you can find it on Unveiling Reality playlist on YouTube. Dude, it's all right there. You watch that, just put it on while you go to sleep, put it on when you're hanging out, doing the dishes, mowing the lawn, I don't know, whatever you're doing, right? Probably mopping up water if you're down in my area. But dude, it's all right there. So everything I just told you about how those people, how that mind control works on people, how they go from denial into anger and so on, this comes off of my the base information of what Yuri teaches about subversion and what that does to people's minds. And then from there, I continue my education on it. I continue my analysis, my never-ending, never-stopping mind when it comes to this stuff. And I saw how that people were imitating the stages of grief when confronted with information, when they were subverted. They're defending their belief systems like something dying, right? Like they're having to part ways with a belief, and it's so personal to them because it shapes their reality, their false reality. Oh, good night, Wolfram. Thank you so much, man. Have a good night. It shapes their false reality, so they respond the same way, like with someone who's lost a loved one, right? They respond the same way: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. But getting them to acceptance is a long road, Usually denial and anger, that's about as far as you get with people that are truly subverted. That is the tragedy of demoralization.
It does not matter anymore.
It's just like Yuri said.
Exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic truth, with documents, with pictures, when a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization.
The populace versus the establishment. Whatever they do to the populist candidate, they're doing to you. When you assist the establishment in crushing the populist candidate, they're going to turn around and do it to you next. Whatever rule.
See, man, this guy, I love this guy. I love this dude, man. Why couldn't I have met him and said Gary Scam?
Rules that they broke to get at him, that you cheered on because you were so anti-him, those rules were broken so that they can get your consent. And now that get
your consent, manufacture your consent. He just said the words, man. It's like my long lost brother right here. And look what he flashes up on screen. The Century of the South. He's on the same path. Me and this guy have been on the same path, man. I got to figure out who this guy is and see if he'll come talk to me. We've been on the same, just Adam Curtis. It's just Adam Curtis, I think. Or something. I'll find him. It's incredible, man. It's like here's my long lost brother right here talking about it. He's flashing up information that part 2. Look, he did all the parts too. That I've been showing you guys, the stuff that I reference. He's been on the same path. Is like seeing this dude just like lit me up, man. I love it. Rewind him for 1 second. Let's listen to him again.
So anti him, those rules were broken so that they can get your consent. And now that they've used your hatred to build consent to break the rules, now they can turn that same attack towards you. And you've yayed and amened it into existence. If you previously believed that Trump was racist and then something changed your mind, I'd like to know what was that moment. Thank you for watching again. Like I said, I appreciate your time and attention because you can't get it back. Leave whatever opinions that you want in the comments, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
All right, so I don't think that that's his handle. We looked it up. The other one we put in the description section is his handle if you want to go follow him. Like I said, man, sometimes he posts stuff that I'm not really interested in, right? I mean, it's like adult content type stuff, not necessarily for you physically watching people do stuff. He's just kind of like one of these coaches that coach people through their adult experiences. If that sounds crazy, just go look at his stuff and you'll see what I'm saying. Like how women can do this in the bedroom. You do this, and this is what makes people happy. And so he posts something randomly. The dude will post something like that, and he posts political stuff, and that's why I follow him for the political stuff, not the other stuff. I'm just warning you. So you go to this account, don't be like, Brandon, why are you promoting this dude? And it's like, well, I don't have to like everything the dude posts, or it ain't that I don't like it. I'm just not interested in it. I don't have to be interested in everything the dude posts for his video to be valid. And his video is valid. And nobody can deny what he said, can deny that what he said was facts. Or they were facts. The things that he said were facts. The English language is ridiculous to me. But anyway, I think I agree with him 100%. I wish that people would receive what they've seen and heard and change course of action. I see so many people
Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Can't keep running no more. Yo, Gary, it's time to face the truth. Shelly needs a cash, no more acting uncouth. Pay up what you owe. Don't make this get rough. You mess with the wrong crew. Now you're playing tough. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? Where's the money? Better pay what you owe.
All right. But his Scott probably, there you go. Right. I know. But you know what's not funny? Gary's a scam artist. All right. So now we're on to Rig Watch. I got a few things for Rig Watch because they are still always actively trying to rig the game. And then after that, we're going on to Gen Alpha Brain Rot. Scott, you're going to want to stick around for this. I know you got a young one in the house. You're going to definitely want to see what I got coming up next. I guess got a couple quick things on Rig Watch. Let's bring in some other awesome people here real quick. Let's bring in the High Twins. All right, dude. Watch this, guys. This is gonna this is for the people that have high schoolers, right? Seniors get ready to graduate. You need to know about this.
Yeah, I got to show for y'all. What's going on right here? Man, teachers are actually pulling kids out of class to register them to vote Democrat. Really? Check this video out.
Because I'm pissed right now. Okay, what's going on? Yesterday, you pulled my daughter out of class, and you told her that it was mandatory for her to vote.
No, I didn't say it was mandatory.
So that's what she told me. These are her words, that she said it was mandatory that she votes.
No, ma'am, but go ahead, finish telling me.
Okay, and that you projected your fears and insecurities on her, telling her if Donald Trump was elected, Black people would be doomed.
Oh, no, ma'am, no, ma'am. So let me say this. I am a minority inspector for 1016. And you know, as a minority inspector, you never, ever, ever discuss politics or your beliefs or anything like that.
So can we calm my daughter down here? Because at this point, you're making it like she's a complete liar. My daughter had never told me someone said anything such to her like
no,
this.
ma'am. So this is what happened. I did call her down to register to vote because we're registering all the 18-year-olds to vote.
She's not 18, she's 17.
Yeah, but she turns 18 before the election.
Yeah, but I could have took my daughter to register her to vote. I did not ask for y'all to register my daughter to vote. I have not even spoke to her about the election yet. And I am not a Harris supporter. I am a Trump supporter.
Yes, ma'am.
So for you to tell her anything, and it's like now they're saying she's lying. So now I want her to come down here.
Listen, I'm not saying your daughter's lying. What I'm saying is that I did call her into my office. I did register her to vote. We did have a conversation about it. She did ask me about Trump. She did ask me about Harris. So we started a conversation about, what's going on. I wasn't projecting anything on her. I was just talking about things that are going on in the world.
Yeah, did you tell her about the border being unsecured? Did you tell her about all the illegal criminals that's in this country right now?
So we did have a conversation about the border, and we did talk about the border policies and all of that. We did have a conversation about everything. So let me just say this. I apologize to you for offending you because that was not my intentions. I was not trying to project any of my political beliefs on your daughter or anything like that.
That's why I don't know why the conversation was had with consent forms that I signed, saying I was okay with my daughter being registered to vote in school. She's still 17 years old.
So what consent forms were signed for that?
None.
Because there really isn't any. We just register students to vote here. At every high school, they're registering students
But
to
she's
vote.
still not 18. She has until the 21st of October, I believe, to register, and her birthday is on the 5th.
Right. So we are permitted to register all students whose birthday that happens by the 5th because that's the date of the election. So
her birthday is October 5th, not November 5th. So she had until the end of October to register to vote. So that way I could have took her as her mother and I could have explained to her what to do to look up both policies without me telling her anything.
Right.
This is just not right.
She was asking me questions, and so I was answering her questions.
Yeah, because she wanted to know why did she have to get pulled out of class to register to vote?
No, she didn't. That wasn't a question she asked me. She was asking me questions. Y'all talking out here? I didn't know it was her.
This woman is lying through her teeth.
I hear gunshots.
So now when she said she didn't tell you, the stuff that you told me she told you, that black people will be doomed if Trump becomes president?
Yes, she did. I didn't say black people will be doomed if Trump becomes president. We did have a conversation about policies and different things like that. You were asking me questions, and I was telling you about some of the policies that he had and some policies Harris had. So we did have that type of conversation.
I don't think I was really asking questions. I think I was just really as much as right, yeah, right.
So you was just like agreeing, like talking?
No, I'm not really, I don't really care about it. So I'm not really engaged in the conversation as much. I'm just like, okay, right.
So you didn't ask me any questions at all?
No.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm going to say. I apologize for raising your daughter to vote. At this point, she is raised to vote. If you would like to change that.
I am, because it should not have been done in the first place.
If you would like to change, anything that's on that form that went in, you're welcome to do that.
I know that.
You can go online and do it.
I know.
I didn't feel like I was projecting anything on her.
You are by telling her anything that you saying you didn't say black people be doomed. She's saying you said it. I'm going to believe my daughter because she would not lie to me about something like this. Why would she lie? Why would she?
Like, I asked if I could do it later. Like, no, it's kind of like, no, you have to do it now. Kind of mandatory. And I'm like, I don't.
Did you feel like I was pressuring you?
Yeah, she said she didn't want to do it at the moment.
She speak to me, honey?
Yeah.
Did you feel like I was pressuring?
Yeah, I expect to do it another time. And you're like, no, it's kind of.
What in the hell is going on in public high schools where they're pulling kids out and forcing them to register to vote? And they got people that are hired and paid our money to do it.
Okay. I didn't really know if it was mandatory or not.
Haircuts.
Okay. Well, we're going to agree to disagree on this conversation. I
Agree to
apologize if you
disagree.
feel like you were pressured. I apologize for raising your daughter.
We're pressuring the whole damn school. All schools are they're pressuring the kids.
Vote without your consent and without you having an opportunity to have a conversation with her or even checking anything online. So that's all I can say right now is I apologize.
Yeah, I'm calling the news also.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. I'm taking my daughter out of the school. She do not feel comfortable. I'm just completely pissed off right now. I'm pissed.
I think the school has ulterior motives for taking her kid to, the kids in general, to go register them to vote. Yeah. And then they're having conversation. Well, it's like, that's something your parents should be doing. Right. Why is the schools doing it? Yep. They have ulterior motives. I guarantee you. What motives would they have, though? What do you mean, what motives? I mean, Democrats. What you think their motives are? What do you think they would try to take the election?
rig it.
I guarantee this is happening countrywide, and it's happening to a lot of black folks. But the only person that's speaking up is the Republicans. I mean, how many kids are they registering to vote that's not in the politics? Their parents are not in the politics, and they're forcing them to vote a certain way. Because I'm pretty sure at that school, they can go vote while they're at school. Yeah. A lot of times when you go vote, it's at the schoolhouse. And how many kids are they being registered to vote and they're not telling their parents? Yeah. Yeah. Ulterior motives. They know they're losing this election. Yeah. They're pulling out all the stops.
Not only that, but it's political grooming. Political grooming. It goes on in the schools, and it goes on in the colleges. And that's what we got to start calling it. Stop politically grooming our kids.
You know, I got my kids. I shouldn't say this, but I got my kids at home. I homeschool my kids. Yeah, me too. Well, I don't do it. It's online. Hey, man, I'm over here talking. I'm trying to.
Me too, man. Me too.
Say something. You just totally ignore what I'm saying. Say it. I ain't gonna say it. You ain't got nothing to say. No, I got something to say. I really hate Democrats. I mean, I despise those people.
What's up,
what did she say? I'm a minority inspector? What the hell is a minority inspector?
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna have to say, what the hell is that? They work at the school. I'm a minority inspector, and you know as well as I do that I should not be talking to kids about politics. That's how the conversation started. But DNC talked about where she started asking questions, so I started answering them. And we started talking politics. I wonder if a minority inspector is the same thing as a white kid inspector. I don't know what it is. I gotta look it up. Minority that sounds inspector? Weird. A minority inspector? Matter of fact, pull it up, Chris. What's a minority inspector? All right, poll workers make every election possible. The judge of election, minority inspector, majority inspector. Yeah, majority inspector, and the clerks serve as guardians of democracy. Wow.
Oh, guardians of democracy. Real quick before this scrolls off, we're gonna come right back to this, but we have to do something extremely important this exact moment. Free Freedom, thank you for the $2 Canadian super chat. Let's go, Freedom. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You rock, man. You rock. So happy to see you again, man. So happy you're back.
Oh, they are vital to efficient and honest elections. Election officials proudly conduct elections with accuracy, integrity, and dignity. Elections in Crawford County require over 300 election officials to work the polls every election. You can join this team of civic-minded and committed individuals who help. Okay, that's enough. Okay, everybody know you can read. We know what a minority inspector is. I thought it was somebody checking on the black kids. They are there making sure people are getting out to vote. But it sounds like to me, she has, like you said, an ulterior motive to get people, to influence people to vote a certain way. A minority inspector, it seems to me, is a threat to our democracy. That one is. She's a threat to our democracy because she's trying to manipulate people how to vote. And these are young, impressionable kids. Yeah. This woman went home and this kid went home and told her mama, they're forcing them to vote a certain way. I would not be surprised if we have a record turnout among young adults, especially if they're still in high school, voting this election. Oh, definitely. And now we know why. Oh man, I'm telling you. I bet you overwhelmingly they're going to be Democrat. Of course. When I was that age, I was a Democrat.
Hey, anybody here got high schoolers? Anybody got senior high schoolers coming up voting age? For this election? If so, have that conversation. Let me know if that happened to you guys, if they're happening to be in public school. And get them on the right track, man. Don't let them politically groom your kids.
The younger you are, the dumber you are. So you're more likely to be, you think emotionally. Yeah. You don't sit down and listen to the policies. You're malleable. They can influence you. Yeah. So that's why when you're young, you vote Democrat. And as you get older, you vote conservative because you see through the nonsense. Yeah. Yeah. These people are actually projecting. They keep saying we're a threat against democracy. They're the threat against democracy. And they know it. Taking kids to register them. And how many parents don't even get out and vote? The kids are not politically savvy, and manipulating these kids to vote a certain way in these schools, in these high schools. I know what's going on all across the country. Yeah, it's got to be. Because Democrats, man, I'm telling you, ruthless. Look what they're doing to Trump. They will do anything to win an election. Yeah. Anything. I still never understood that you can't vote. You can vote without an ID. That just sounds weird. Well, you didn't know black people are not smart enough to go get IDs. Oh, that's right.
All right, guys.
That. Plus, they don't
these guys
have
are hilarious.
We
got time. We gotta get moving here. Let's keep moving on. Good report, guys. Thank you so much. This is really quick. I just want to point it out. Another rig watch coming up.
in Arizona. On Friday, we told you that the Arizona Supreme Court had ruled that these voters will be able to vote a full ballot in November.
Still, there's this question. How many of those people aren't actually eligible or shouldn't be eligible? 12 News journalist Sean Rice spoke to one man who said he never should have been able to register in the first place. Sean?
Hey, Mark and Caribe, we've learned the Maricopa County Recorder's Office first found out about this problem after learning that someone who is not a United States citizen was actually registered to vote. Now, in this
Wild, we've been having problems with that all night long. The censorship is out in full force. They've updated something in the chat, evidently. And as we cover here with the WEF, censorship and the UN just passing a bunch of stuff. This is the big deal, man. And that we talked about the other night that they were talking that US officials have been talking with UK officials about how to censor social media and so on. We got a big fight ahead of it. Like Jacob was saying earlier, we got a big fight ahead of us, man. It's not just this election, it's so much more. But yeah, we're starting to see the effects already. Someone has changed something out there. Apparently, it seems that like something has changed because a lot of people have had their messages pulled down tonight. We have a Rumble channel. If you needed to say something that YouTube won't allow you to say, feel free to go over to the Rumble channel and say it there, and I will put it on screen if it's appropriate and all that stuff. All right, let's go.
This email from the county recorder Stephen Richer to the Secretary of State Adrian Fontes and Governor Katie Hobbs. Richer says it should have been impossible for that person to be registered since he is not a United States citizen. Now a man has sharing his own emails describing his shock when he found out he was registered to vote, even though he's not a citizen either. And he says elections officials here in Maricopa County have turned a blind eye to all of it.
And I specified that I was a U.S. resident, not a citizen, and that I had received a voter ID card, and I don't think it was right.
Caught off guard, Luke Lehman said he never registered to vote, but then he got this voter education guide in the mail. And then he got this voter identification card, labeling him as a registered voter with no political party affiliation. The catch is that Lehman's is not a United States citizen.
That's not right. I want to know what's going on, and I want to basically cancel my registration.
He's been living in Arizona since the 1980s on a green card sponsored by his employer based in Belgium. Lehman's doesn't recall ever willingly registering to vote, and he didn't vote in either the 2022 or 2024 elections.
I wasn't worried about it from my personal perspective. Okay, I didn't vote, and I did my best to get me off the registration.
Connecting the dots, he thinks this must have all happened after he renewed his driver's license when he turned 65. That was back in 2021. His date of registration on his voter ID card is the exact same as the date he was issued a new driver's license. Lehman's provided copies of an email he sent to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office back in August. He asked, why did this happen? Adding that he's concerned he's not the only one. Then he filled out this form last month to cancel his voter registration, again asking, why did I get registered to vote in the first place?
When you would pull up the signed form in their own handwriting,
Here comes the excuse.
oftentimes people forget.
Tammy Patrick is the former federal compliance officer for the Maricopa County Elections Department. She says it's entirely possible with the online system he could have...
It's his fault. She's going to blame him.
Erroneously checked yes to being a United States citizen 3 years ago, allowing him to appear on the voter rolls.
So we need to make sure that the system is...
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he did after he wrote notes back to you going, how did this happen? And he goes through all that effort to make sure that he is known not to be a U.S. citizen. I mean, talk about an honest person with integrity, like through the roof. Old Luke Lehman. But man, and then here comes the Democratic excuse machine right here, the establishment useful idiot.
Set up in such a way that it makes sure that the voters are really aware of what the transaction is that they're taking place with.
12 News began asking the Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer's office a series of questions on September 19th. Those included how Luke Lehman's became registered to vote after he renewed his driver's license, and how many other non-citizens may be erroneously registered because of this same issue. A spokesperson declined to answer until the investigation into the coding error is completed. That is something.
By the way, I'm broadcasting on X. If you guys want to go to X and try putting the same comments in there, I'll be able to see them as well.
That is worth investigating how that happened.
I think that it really makes sense to double check, not knowing exactly how it was set up, if it was just carrying forward all the old information, or if it was somehow set up to automatically populate information. Those are the sorts of things that you would want to understand.
Some answers to our questions lie in Luke Lehman's voter records. We've requested those records, but have not received them. Luke also asked for his own records.
I am frustrated to the fact that even
if I give permission for somebody to get the records, that permission is basically ignored, and that I had to come here in person to actually receive another form that maybe will be handled the same way.
Patrick says a record does
Bureaucracy.
exist showing whether Lehman said if he was a citizen or not.
If that PDF is checked off, no, I'm not a citizen, then it should have stopped.
And without that
Should have stopped. Sounds like a feature more than a bug.
confirmation, concerns over how many non-citizens are getting registered to vote will stay unaddressed.
If there's any way that as a result of this, okay, there was some illegal things going on, okay, then I'm happy that I did this.
We have also asked the motor vehicle department.
That's the kind of person we want in our country. That's the kind of person that should be a citizen. You know, at least I don't know which way he leans, but he has high integrity.
Here in Maricopa County to explain their process and expect elections officials to continue investigating how many registered voters are eligible to vote in the coming days.
And what's
Hold on.
the difference between registering to vote and actually casting a ballot?
Well, the simple answer is one is illegal, one's not. From my investigation into this story, somebody can become registered to vote erroneously as a non-citizen. Nothing's going to happen to them. It's actually the action of casting a ballot and trying to participate in an election that would become a crime. And it's important to note here, too, is that Luke actually went through the process of deregistering to vote. He knew he could not do that, did not want to be charged with a crime, and deregistered.
Yeah.
Smart.
Right. So the question is, how many of those 98,000?
How many are there?
Yeah.
Correct.
Mhm.
Or if he's one of the 98,000.
If he's one of the 98.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
All right.
All right, Sean, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow, guys. I got one more on Rig Watch, and it's a really fast one. We're going to go over to X real quick, and then we're going to get into Gen Alpha brain rot. Guys, if you have small children, you need to see what I'm about to show you. It's real. I've even heard this. My son even brought this to my attention before I've even saw this, because he's on the tail end of Z. And he's like, man, I'm so glad I'm Z. I was like, why? He goes, because these alpha kids are so weird. I was like, really? He goes, yeah, it's all this weird stuff. And he explained it to me. So let's take a look at this. You're going to see me put out these X posts that say Rig Watch is on. When I do, it's Rig Watch stuff. Kamala Harris campaign has her supporters waiting by ballot boxes with bags in early voting states to collect the ballots themselves so they can throw away the ballots that do not vote for her. Rig Watch is on. If you see these people, confront them, videotape them, call the police on them. All right. These people are not authorized by local election officials. Call the police on these people immediately. Get them on video. Send it to me. I'll signal boost the hell out of it, and I'll see if I can get other people that have bigger reach than me to signal boost it. But we have to work together on this. We have to. This is what I'm talking about. I've been talking about it all year. I've been saying when it comes down to the last leg of the race, when it comes down to election day, we all have to do our parts to stop the rig, because they're going to have agents like this out there, useful idiots of the establishment. They're agents for the establishment. They're out there committing the rig, and a little bit of it's death by 1,000 cuts, guys. It's death by 1,000 cuts, right? Watch this. Hold on. Watch this.
Why are you not allowing us to put them in the ballot box? Because it takes us about 25 minutes to.
Listen to me. If you're dropping your ballot off at a ballot box drop-off location and there's somebody standing near one with a bag saying, yeah, well, we're going to be collecting those, but just save us some time. Fuck that shit. Don't ever give your ballot to somebody else. You take it to the ballot box and drop it off. If you feel like something hinky's going on, contact your local officials and let them know. But do not give your ballot to somebody else. Bullshit.
That's it. So now you see it. Now you see it. You know what to look for, right? You know what to look for. All right, here we go, guys. This is the thing I've been talking about all week long. I got a couple things on this. Let me just. It's going to go real quick. First thing I want to do is show you about education. Okay, I got two more things to you. Two more things about 20 minutes maybe. So here we go. This is the first thing. I want to show you guys this. Do you remember Common Core? I thought they got rid of Common Core, but this is from the Rubin Report. It says, what WTF, this is how they teach math to kids now. Watch this. This is only about 4 minutes. Watch this. Watch this. Watch what they're doing to kids. This Common Core shit sucks. Ask Shelly, my kid's not in public school. He's online school, Christian Academy school. and he's learning real math. He's learning real math, right? And you know, here we go. He's not learning this shit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14.
There is a clip that's going viral right now of a kid showing, I believe it's his mother, what Common Core math actually is. So you're going to see the mother doing a very simple math equation and then the Common Core version of it. And then we wonder why kids' brains are exploding. Watch this.
When I was in school, it's all we did add here. So this is going to be 13. I carry the 1. And I'll go 1 plus 4 is 5 plus 1 is 6. That's my answer.
Let me how you show how it's actually done.
How it's actually done. Okay.
These are the 10s and that's the 1s.
Okay.
4 10s and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay,
and then 7 1s. And
Okay.
then 1 more 10.
Okay.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, this wants to be with its friend, so it goes up to 50 and then it counts 1 more up, so it will make 63. That's how you do it.
Okay. Times have definitely changed.
All right, I'm not kidding. Next time you come on the show, we're doing the thing where we're in the box while we're showing these videos. That is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. I've seen other things.
It went away.
Common Core and how crazy it is.
Right.
But when you now see why so many young people's brains have been blown up, not just because of the gender stuff, but because of that. Like, you can see why Democrats want everybody in state schools and don't want school choice and don't want home learning, because people might start waking up and going, oh, you people are all bananas.
I had a driver a couple weeks ago who was doing homeschooling for his kids. And so my kids are all in normal school. I will say that I've got 3 boys, 16, 14.
Jacob, if you want me to tell you about the online school we're using, man, just let me know. It's been great. Great teachers there, and it's good stuff.
And 10. I've loved all their schools. Their teachers have been fantastic. I got no issues with.
For the record, you're in Tennessee. You're not in New York City or
That's right.
San Francisco.
But I had a driver recently, and he was walking me through his homeschool curriculum. And I said, how much time do your kids spend actually on the curriculum every day? He said 2.5 hours. And then he's like, and then they have the rest of the day to pursue whatever might interest them. And I said, man, kids go to school for 7 hours every day.
Yeah.
And he was walking me through. He said, it's just wildly inefficient the way that we spend the time to educate the kids. And I do think about a lot of that when I see the way that this stuff is being
they're just trying to fill the day.
Super inefficient, right?
Yeah.
I'm big, and I'm sure you are too. We have a lot of things going on. You got young kids, I got kids. I'm big in my home studio. I've got my writing desk, I've got my radio seat, and then I've got my TV set up, all within a couple of feet of each other. In general, I don't want to, that's why I want a home studio. That's why you have this here.
Yeah.
We can work a lot. And it requires a lot of prep and everything else. But if I can synthesize it all the same place, hey, I can finish my show and I can go downstairs and I can be dad. I can turn that thing in like 10 minutes. And I think that so much of what we do in education is wildly inefficient.
All right, guys, here it comes. All right, here it comes. The one that I've been promising all week long. The dark side, the dark future of the brain rot generation. The dark future of brain rot generation is what it's called.
There's a disturbing trend.
All right, I
1, 2.
Let me give it a second to load before I start clicking pause. All right, I gotta warn you guys up front. This will mess with your head. This will mess with your head. Chili says most of the time spent in the class is on classroom management and producing data sheets required by the districts. My wife went pure Asperger's on the homeschooling stuff. She's doing great now, and I'm teaching history. Awesome. That's great, man. That's even better. That's even better. That's awesome. Bureaus is a group, not a real number. Schools waste vast amounts of time. Yeah, it turns into an indoctrination, babysitting type of situation. It's really dumb. And then you put them in there with kids with all kinds of problems, kids that are being raised by narcissists, that are becoming narcissists, that have being enabled. They're kids that are being groomed, that are grooming other kids. You got all these things you have to worry about in schools now. It's not worth it. Multiplying is the act of applying one of your numbers to groups of the other number, but seems that this has slipped past old dude. School was designed to make factory workers and not critical thinkers, all the way back to when the Rockefellers invested in the public school system. I've been wanting to do a I see you. But yeah, we want to do an old school watch party documentary on the history of public schools and about the Bolshevik system that this is and how it was designed, particularly around what T-Rex is talking about. But it goes even deeper than just factory workers. It goes even deeper. Ellie Font says, we've been homeschooling for 10 years. Well, you're going to figure out what he means right here when you watch this video, because it's like, I hear this. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? I've seen kids talking about it. I'm like, what are you talking about? They say things about us. Like, well, that doesn't seem very Sigma at all. It's part of their new language. There's no, yeah, I'm guessing I was at the end of the generation where we had logic classes as an after school group at least. Wow. We need more of that. We need to bring that back. I'm telling you, trivium education early instead of this bullshit they're getting right now. We'd have a whole new generation of smart thinkers with that mental antivirus known as the trivium in their mind. They will not fall for logical fallacies. They will not say logical fallacies. They will not be taken in by deceptions like the establishment's done to generations. This, again, it all comes back around, guys. It all comes back around. You know, the subversion we're talking about, right? The problems in schools. How come we can't get through to people on the other side? How come they be boxed in comfortably in this narrative? How do they buy all the lies of the establishment puts out? How do they do it so easily? You know, how do they easily make themselves hypocrites and liars, right? Demoralization, information-based abuse, education-based abuse. The cycle of abuse powers the cycle of control. All right. Common Core math. Stop. T-Rex knows all these terms already. You're making me worried about you, T-Rex. I'm just glad you don't use them when we're talking. A couple more comments and I'm going to go to the video. He is about to go on making his own periodic chart of elements, trying to use musical theory for formulating it and getting into some nutso stuff as a result. I did both homeschooling and public school when I was growing up. My mom homeschooled me because kindergarten was not required. At the end of junior year in high school, I homeschooled. Get the hell out of there, right? And I'm in an umbrella school. Oof. All right. Oh, Heidi, you going to sleep? If you got young kids, man, give me 14 more minutes. 14 more minutes. All right, here we go. Again, hang on.
There's a disturbing trend polluting children's minds right now. And it's starting to mess with their brains. Like, why is this kid suddenly getting afraid of fruits? In fact, people are so alarmed by this, some even banned it in schools. Because this cursed content also has its own nonsense language.
Stealing. Phantom tax. Can you play Activity Toilet?
Sorry?
Can you play Activity Toilet?
So, what are these iPod kids saying?
Madlit on God, no cap.
Should we worry that there is some sort of sinister message hidden behind these gestures?
Oh no, because this is called mewing, what he's doing. I don't know what that is. Oh no, man. He started doing this and I thought he was having some sort of a seizure.
There's just something not right. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but the vibes are way off. Well, Night Fam, if you're a kid, or if there is any kid in your life right now, please prepare to share this video and stay till the end. And also don't forget to subscribe to our channel, because the results we found about this strange trend will make you scared for their future.
What's up, Tuesday, special guest, special player.
This is the dark future of the brain rot generation.
Stupid delicious.
And among them, the easiest targets, iPod kids, which we make a full video on, and you can
iPad kids
see it if you want later after this video.
And if they are bored in the car, they'll just simulate themselves using a phone when the phone isn't really there.
Because while their parents just let screens babysit them, their eyes are glued to videos specifically engineered to get their still developing brains hooked and addicted. We're talking bright neon colors, super snappy editing to the point of sensory overload combined with repetitive and mindless content.
That's it. I'm taking your phone.
All to get just one goal, entrap the child to do endless scrolling. It's almost hypnotizing.
I'm Huggy Wuggy. Want to be my friend? Yes or no?
This is what kids nowadays call brain rot. And if you still don't understand what it's about, then you've already lost the point. Because see, you're not supposed to understand it. Let's try to watch this together, for example. Wow. I mean, I feel like my brain is shrinking while I'm watching this. So how are kids supposed to survive watching this? At the same time, though, you know, I'm an adult and I still feel engaged by it. There's something that puts you in some type of a trance while watching this. So how are kids supposed to ever defend themselves against this?
So let's continue. Oh, yeah.
Or
this reel had 10 million views, and I don't think I could tell you one thing that happened in it. It's just an overload of sounds and pictures, and it's just nothing, basically. It's really bad.
So now it makes me wonder, Nightfam, if this is what a kid watches every single day and every single night, then how much damage do you think it has already made them?
If you show your child screen time at 1, you're going to expect to see a developmental delay at 2 to 4 years old.
Because look, brain rot is intentionally dumbed down.
Sticking out your yacht for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so phantom tax.
In fact, both brain rot content and brain rot language are designed to exclude older people like their parents so that only Generation Alpha can understand them. They are meant to escape responsible eyes.
If this is the only way to reach children, we're doomed, because I don't know how to talk like this.
Look, let me just read to you some of these popular brain rot words. Skibbity, Ohio, Phantom Tax, What the Sigma, Gad, Rizzler, Lux Maxing, Mewing, Mogging. Type in the comments if you think you know the meaning behind these words. And for the kids who are watching, also let us know and educate us, the adults. Because in a while I will tell you why it's very concerning that at least 4 of these are being spoken by kids.
Heck, you felt summer skip.
I'm skibbity. Yeah, I did it.
And no, it's not just a fun language they just happen to throw around.
Enemy. Oh, yummy.
Bussin'. Cool. Gucci.
Right now, even elementary and high school teachers are scrambling to understand why their students seem to be possessed by the spirit of brain rot.
But I'm going to be honest, it's getting a little out of hand. This girl came up to me and exclaimed that I was at the top of her op list after I required them to do work in class today.
I mean, the fixation on this has grown so strong among kids that this teacher had to make an entire speech using it just to keep them engaged.
And always remember, Riz comes from within. Middle school is stigma. Yeah!
Dude, and shame on her for participating in that shit, man.
Worse, even science is proving it. A US study found that children born in the pandemic, also known as the era of brain rot, indeed have lower IQs. Children born during the pandemic have significantly reduced verbal, motor, and overall cognitive performance. In the decade before the pandemic, the mean IQ score on standardized tests for children 3 months to 3 years hovered around 100. But for children born during the pandemic, that number tumbled to 78. This difference in IQ is too big to even comprehend. So who do we blame? Well, apart from ourselves for letting our addictive screens do the parenting and the teaching for these children when they should have been playing outside, touching grass, or reading actual educational books, you can blame the infamous One Skibbity Toilet viral video, a brain rot in itself that gathered tens of billions of views and even disturbed the Russian government and other countries for what they called the uncontrollable Skibbity Toilet syndrome. I'm being serious, there's a syndrome for this. This is obviously where the word skibbity came from, which, by the way, can now mean either very cool or very bad, depending on how it's used.
Bruh. Skibbity Ohio Rizzler stigma.
You can also blame the rise of TikTok, Reels, YouTube Shorts that trained kids to have an even shorter attention span than Gen Z and us, and get used to looping, senseless videos that don't even carry any value.
He's just always in his own world. He really quiet for real, unless he know you.
But one thing's for sure, you cannot blame the kid. I mean, it's literally not within their control. They're addicted to these super addictive things. See, because children don't yet have a fully developed prefrontal cortex, it's way harder for them to control their impulses and urges. When something
Yeah, you know, they bring this point up, T-Rex, but this is beyond own slang. I mean, it's beyond it because, well, you'll see. I think it's beyond just normal slang. I mean, you know, cool, man, dude, you know, whatever, fat, all that stuff like that. There was some. It's very. The way I see it is like this: it's very isolated, whereas a lot of these words that I spit out were like more generalized across generations and in like media. Defon said cool, right? It's more media entertainment. This is like isolated to like like short term kid videos, so it's really isolated to this generation, right? And in that, it's a language that adults don't really understand, and they're not going to get exposed to. They're going to have to learn these words to understand what their kids are saying, so they can have their own coded language away from adults. Now, put that in the hands of groomers. Put that in the hands of groomed kids that groom kids, right? Put that in the hands of Discording and all these other things that kids are doing now for gaming, right? They're speaking their own language. Parents that stop in to check in to see what's going on, they're not understanding what these things are going on. So as these words expand, right, and as they're used in different contexts, then they're getting around the radar. I think that's what I'm kind of most worried about.
Eye-catching comes up on their screen.
That in the mind.
On top of that, dopamine, also
toilet.
known as
and what's the thing with the toilet? Why is the toilet important? Like, because you have your pants down, right? Like,
brain's pleasure chemical fires up when they watch these videos, keeping them helplessly stimulated and naturally wanting more of it.
It's a constant battle between immediate pleasure and self-control, making us pretty exhausted.
Because the negative effects I'm about to discuss next might just define their dark future. We're talking about sleep deprivation, lower social skills, and aggressiveness. Weaker reading and language skills.
These kids can't read. They can't decode. They have no vocabulary, no background knowledge.
And likely also affected critical thinking.
Riz times Duke Dennis.
Bro, what?
Tomato face.
And we're not even...
Yeah, so if you see your kids acting like this, man, you know where it's coming from. You know what to do. If you take time to watch it, there is a ton of subtext behind that Skibbity Toilet series from the camera-headed people representing the surveillance state of the government, etc. That's weird. Also, the constant escalation of size and power in the various entities too, and how things are escalating now. Government getting bigger and bigger, debts grow, etc. Interesting media analysis there. Reading paper books is so important. Back to basics. Parents are not parenting. Tell your kids no, they won't die from being told no. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We have rules in our house. We have house rules regarding tech. No computers outside the schoolroom. You have to earn screen time, and that it only a few hours a week monitored, and certain things blocked. No internet phones. And check out the Bark system as they get older. You can a little bit less hands off, a little bit as you want to trust them to go out and do more. You can still monitor. You can still control screen time. The Bark system is awesome. I've been using it for years. It's not perfect, but it's a helpful thing, and it also helps keep predators out and people that are trying to get around the radar. And you just make an agreement, and it's a good way to kind of like respect, but also to keep an eye on things too. So just a thought.
Done yet, because as these iPad kids got a bit older, they also entered streaming and gaming communities, picking up on more
what I was just talking about. Check it out.
Brain rot language, popularized by their idols like Kai Cenat and Phantom. Yes, Kai Cenat is the reason why little boys are saying Riz now, which basically means the charisma you have in picking up girls.
Riz is when, like, you talking to a girl, right?
And Phantom, well, that's his friend, who coined the term Phantom tax to describe when someone steals your food. I know, it takes a while to get it, and at this point some of you might think, isn't it normal for kids to have their own slangs though? The same way we used to say swag instead of Riz? Well, yes, but this time the danger runs deeper. Because remember when I said there are many popular brain rot words that little kids should not be saying? Well, you won't believe how inappropriate this stuff is for 5-year-old kids to be saying. Gat is just something you say when you see someone walk by with a big butt.
Level 2 gat. Oh, I gat something in my eye.
Looksmaxing is a term coined by incels, which means improving your looks, even through plastic surgery, just to attract more romantic partners. Mewing is a technique you do with your tongue to improve your facial structure and have a sharper jawline, which adds to the unrealistic beauty standards.
Mewing is like showing off your jawline, just like...
And mogging simply means outshining someone, either in attractiveness or social status, again, to attract partners. Let me remind you, these are things being normalized in conversations among little kids. Brain rot is literally training them to be fixated on their physical appearance and romantic appeal. And add to that all the other problems of social media, and you get a generation that will have to pay a big price if we don't wake up.
You can give us a pickup line?
Oh boy. Oh, okay, buddy.
Trash, I would take you out.
And yet they are out here talking about having.
Wait, what did you say? If you were the trash, I'd take you out. I gotta hear that again.
Generation that will have to pay a big price if we don't wake up.
You can give us a pickup line?
Oh boy. Oh, okay, buddy.
Trash, I would take you out.
And yet they are out here talking about having Riz and chiseled jawlines when all they should think about are their studies.
You think I got Riz? How old are you? I'm 13. He's old enough. Do I got Riz though?
So now, if these impressionable children continue learning their social skills from brain rot content, how can we expect them to interact in real life?
The brain adjusts to a digital world of disrupted conversations, exaggerated expressions, and a lack of eye contact.
And even more risky, because the brain rot format is already proven to go incredibly viral. The wrong type of videos disguised as child-friendly content can easily end up on their screens too. Giving kids access to YouTube is a huge mistake, even YouTube kids. It blows my mind when I see parents hand their kids a tablet and spend hours on YouTube. It's all brain rot for kids. So, Nightfam, hearing all of this, can we still save our kids from brain rot?
The fact that the internet can just infiltrate our brains so much that people just like don't even have control over what they're saying. They just have to spout out whatever meme they've been seeing a lot. It's crazy to me.
Well, sadly, in a world where views are a powerful currency, brain rot creators will still unapologetically keep creating this idiotic content for money.
Would you say then that you also contributed slightly to the detriment of the generation in terms of the whole popularizing just brain rot?
The truth is, that's what people want to watch. And truth is, we can no longer make our kids forget what they sadly already know by heart.
Thank you, yeah!
But the less we judge it, the more they'll open up to us.
If the math ain't mathin', don't be skibbity, don't be shook. Just come talk to me and we'll figure it out.
So, as we adults try to keep understanding the new language of the brain rot generation,
where you can enter eternity, everyone use and looks nice.
Let's just hope that when they get a bit older, they too will soon realize that no cap, none of this brain rot was ever a W, and that these alpha kids already got the most Ohio sauce and Riz to be the true goats of their generation.
Yeah, that just happened. That just happened. So, while we were trying to save the world, the next generation of subversion is now well crafted and underway, and it's being done to ourselves, by ourselves. You know, it's like people are out there incentivized, attention incentivized, these creators to come up with attention stuff to make money, to get fame, whatever kind of thing is driving them, right? And then they end up, it's a bad idea will manifest, man. They found the formula. They're using all the things they've learned along the way, the psychological techniques, and boom, you got brain rot. Add in technology and us trying to adapt to this new technologies, information age that we're in, and how fast these new devices and these new abilities to get information faster and entertainment faster than we've ever been able to as human beings ever in the history of anything. Okay, I got to do it for T-Rex. He's special. All right, the last one, it looks very short. Right? It's very short. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So let's just see this stuff in action. I think this is what we're gonna get out of this. 1 minute and 50 seconds, then we're getting out of here. All right, that's it. So this is for T-Rex. Tech is addictive, even for adults. Yeah, we all have the same human brain OS, right? We still have the same exploits in our brain, whether it be through information-based mind control or technology-based mind control, like whatever it is. When I say mind control, everybody always want to go back to that frickin' the government, MK Ultra. They get all this weird. I feel like people get this weird idea about. I really want to normalize the word mind control because it's in so many different things. And once we start calling it out, we can control it. But until we admit it's there, it'll just be like anything else that we just think's not there that is. I mean, we have to normalize the word of mind control. It's not anything to be afraid of. It's something to be understood and dealt with. All right, here we go. For T-Rex. No cap, Senator Fatima Heyman delivers parliament speech in Gen Z lingo. Is this Gen Z lingo or Gen Alpha lingo? I'm confused. Let's go.
To address an oft-forgotten segment of our society, I speak of Generation Z, who will be playing a substantial role in the next election, and Generation Alpha, who will start to come of age the election after. It is for this reason that I shall now render the remainder of my statement using language they're familiar with. To the Sigmas of Australia, I say that this goofy-air government have been capping, not just now, but for a long time. A few of you may remember when they said there'll be no phantom tax under the government I lead. They're capaholics. They're also yapaholics. They yap nonstop about how their cost of living measures are changing lives for all Australians. Just put the fries in the bag, little bro. They tell us that they're locked in on improving the housing situation in this country. They must have brain rot from watching too much Kai Cenat and forgot about their plans to ban social media for kids under 14. If that becomes law, you can forgo skull emoji all about watching Duke Dennis or catching a dub with the bros on Fort. Chat, is this Prime Minister serious? Even though he's the Prime Minister of Australia, sometimes it feels like he's the CEO of Ohio. I would be taking an L if I did not mention the ops, who want to cut WA's GATS and services tax. The decision voters will be making in a few months' time will be between a mid-government, a dog-water opposition, or a crossbench that will mog both of them. Though some of you cannot yet vote, I hope when you do, it will be in a more goated Australia for a government with more aura. Skibbity.
I understood a good amount of that for some reason. I don't know why. I think I could just decode it. It's not very intelligent language, so it's kind of it's easy to decode. There you go. Let's pick up our own. Hey, you know what? I wanted to add to this, man. And I probably will get copyright claim for this. Let's say South Park Chim. There it is. All right. South Park once again has a solution, guys. It does. It does. So Tim Pokemon, right? Tim Pokemon was all about how the Pokemon phase had taken over, right? So the idea behind this was like Pokemon was like was somehow like a plot, right? And like the Japanese government was trying to brainwash kids, right? So so the kids got into this, right? And they got sent to Pokemon camp. Hold on, it's so low. I should have put this together better. Where's my booster? But then the parents come up with a solution. They give us a solution at the end, right? So basically, after they get to Pokemon camp, it turns into an indoctrination camp. There we go. It turns into an indoctrination camp, right? So they show up to Pokemon camp. Here they are. They all got their Pokemons, which are just Pokemons, right? And so they're all there.
Power.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna get hit with this, but fuck it.
Get out of the way. Move it. Can you see anything? It's starting. It's starting.
I've got to buy it. I've got to buy it. No!
I got to buy it. I got to buy it.
Attention! This is the Chim Pokemon Camp.
Chim Pokemon is what we strive to be in our hearts. Our hearts. Kenny?
What is the primary main objective?
To destroy the evil power. Power.
Yes, and what is the evil power? The evil power is the United States government.
Oh.
United States government is an evil power. It has attacked Japanese military. It has a broken Japanese spirit. And what do Chimpoko masters do to evil power?
Destroy it. Destroy it.
That is correct. Now it is a great honor to present your Chimpoko leader, Emperor Hirohito. One government cannot forever pass its laws on others. The strength of Japan is in its history, and it is based on that history that we shall again rise to the dominant world power.
Is this cool or not? I can't tell.
It is again time for the rising sun to shine tall in the sky. One Japan, one society. We will begin with the language and the exercise skills. 始めた 1, 2, 3, 4 1, 2, 3, 4
So yeah, they start doing that, right? But then the parents come up with a solution, and I hope I can find it. Dang it. Where is it? Because that's the solution's the best, and it makes the most sense, right? Where is it at? Oh, here we go. This is it.
Your plane will.
Okay, so now from the camp, they go into full-on war. It's South Park. You know how it rolls. You know how they roll, right? And then from there, the parents figure out how to finally figure out how to counter this epidemic that's swept in through this toy and this new language and this camp and all this stuff that these guys are putting on here.
Your plane will fly autopilot to Pearl Harbor. When you arrive, you will drop many bombs.
So now they're all brainwashed. Watch.
Chinpoku ga daisuki yo.
What?
We just came to support you. We love Chinpokomon too. It's super toy #1.
You like it?
You bet. I think Chinpokoman is Chinpokerific. I got you.
Come on, Eric. Let's try to battle your rooster with my Donatron.
Yeah, that's okay, man.
What are they doing? It's a trick. Hey, Stan, look at my new bumper sticker. Isn't that cool?
No? Screw this, dude. Where you going, Stan? I don't know. Pokemon just doesn't seem that cool anymore. I'm gonna go kill some ants or something. Wait for me. I want to get out of these stupid clothes.
Yeah, me too.
USA. USA.
Well, you were right, Sharon. The best way to make our kids not like something is to like it ourselves.
That's right. Anything we like is instantly not cool. We know how to take them out, Mr. Garrison. Spread the word. Get on the wire to every parent around the country and tell them how to bring those sons of bitches down.
Hey, Mom, I'm sorry I went a little nutty with that Pokemon stuff. Can I have $5 to buy a football?
You bet, Stanley.
There you have it, guys. So get your skibbity on. USA. Now I'm going to get a copyright claim for that. They'll probably block me in every country in the world and the moon. But I promise this stream will be back up as soon as I can cut all that shit out of it. But either way, thank you for being here, and I really do appreciate it. Long stream tonight, lots of information. But man, it was all good. I hope you guys really enjoyed it and learned a lot from it. Spread the word, get involved. It's time to like really put the pedal to the metal for the next few weeks. It'll be tough, it'll be hard. But do the thing. Every little bit we do will make a big difference. They're gonna kill us by 1,000 cuts. Let's put 1,000 band-aids out there. All right, let's go. We can do it. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks to all the mods. Thanks to everybody who sent super chats and gifted memberships and just freaking are awesome. Remember, listen to the Wolf, like, subscribe, ring the bell. You need to ring the bell or you won't see my stuff. You got to ring the bell. All right. But I'm going to get on out of here, guys. Thanks again. And I'll catch you real soon. Winning Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. Laid back, good news of the week and funny videos and all kinds of stuff like that. Thanks again, guys. Take care. And until next time, stay based, get active, and keep on winning.
I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.